I just realized I was on mute. Sorry about that. All right, well then we shall begin on today's meeting. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law under COVID-19 emergency declarations, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. All boards and commissions under the purview of the City Planning Department conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during this meeting will be taken by voice vote. Abstentions from any vote during a conflict of interest should be stated for the records prior to taking of any vote. In order to ensure that everyone participating in the meeting has the opportunity to be heard, we ask that you use the raised hand function before asking a question or making a comment. The raised hand function can be found in the participants panel on the desktop and mobile version and activated by clicking the hand icon. Please wait for the chair or facilitator to recognize you and be sure to select unmute and announce yourself before you speak. When finished speaking, please lower your hand by clicking the raise hand function icon again and mute your microphone. We will also be utilizing the chat feature to communicate with participants. The chat feature can be activated by clicking the chat button located at the bottom of the WebEx screen. All meeting activity is being recorded via the WebEx platform. These proceedings are also being live streamed via YouTube. We have provided a link to the meeting for those who wish to speak on a particular case via our website or email. We have also received emails from those who have provided written comment on a particular matter, and those have been distributed amongst the commission. We'd like to call the February 25th, 2021 Landmarks Commission meeting to order. Mr. Pettit, please call roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Anderson.
Here.
Ms. Bailey.
Here.
Mr. Kalikia.
Here.
Director Collier. Mr. Santora. Mr. Dreyer.
Here.
Mr. Jones. Mr. Strickland.
Here.
Mr. Tarasik.
Here.
Ms. Trott.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum. I would also point out that Carl Brunges of our staff is in attendance, as well as Stuart Hastings from the Law Department. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll begin today with our certificates of appropriateness because we do not have anything for public hearing at this time. We'd like to call our first applicants to present. If you could use the raise hand function to announce yourself and then tell us about your project. We'd ask everyone who is not presenting to please mute their microphones at this time to be respectful of the presenters. Could the first applicant please come forward related to Dexter Place at 2800 Detroit Avenue?
Looks like we have
I'm sorry,
Ashley Shaw.
Franklin Boulevard. Sorry, wrong address. 2800 Franklin Boulevard.
Looks like we have Ashley Shaw.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So just a refresher, we are presenting on a community art project at the Dexter Apartment Place in Ohio City. This apartment building is under construction now and is located at Franklin Circle. You can go to the next slide. A couple of renderings of the building. Next slide. And this is the rear along Dexter Place where the art project would be located. So as we mentioned, there would be panels along the first floor of the building where the parking garage is located to add some visual interest for people walking. We described last meeting that there is a pedestrian arcade, and this is like the main north-south connection through the neighborhood that the developer incorporated into the building. And so we anticipate there to be a lot of pedestrian traffic going north-south along this alleyway. You can go to the next slide. So here are, we are coming back to present the final concepts from the artists. So I have shown where the 4 panels are with the artwork shown over top of the panels. So this gives you an idea of how the artwork would look on the exterior panels along Dexter. Next slide. And then these are the 4 interior panels that we discussed. This would be inside of the pedestrian arcade. And again, the artwork continues from inside to outside to pull people through and try and maintain that visual, the visual connection for the pedestrian walkway. Next slide. And so these are the artists, mostly final concepts. There are a couple artists that I'll address when we get to them that are not graphic artists. So they gave us examples of what they are planning for this concept, but they couldn't do a mock-up of the final concept. So this is Lindsay Krivanecki. She is a graphic artist, so this shown will be the final concept for her panel. Her panel is one of the exterior panels along Dexter. Next slide. Mac Love, he's one of the artists. He will be painting his, so he doesn't have a graphic rendering of what it will look like, but he gave like a sketch of these little characters that he's going to paint on his exterior panel. Next slide. And Mac Love is actually doing 2 panels. Last time we presented to you, there was another local artist, Aaron Seacrest, who had to step down. So we've invited Mac Love to do 2. So this is his second concept for the second panel that he's planning to do. Next slide. And April Bleakney, she is a screen print artist. And so she was not able to give us an exact exact concept of what her artist will, or her painting will look like. So she gave us a description of the concept, and she's going to be using different textures, you know, brush strokes, screen printing, photography. And so if you go to the next slide, here is how she demonstrated what the final concept would be. She's going to incorporate some of her photography into the artwork and then some texture over top. And then the colors at the bottom are the color palette that she's planning to use for the mural. And then the next slide, these are Antoine Washington's 4 murals that will be in the interior of the pedestrian arcade. And what's shown would be the final concepts here. And I believe that's the last slide.
I'm sorry, I've been
Madam
speaking.
Chair.
I've been speaking on mute again. We have someone from City Public Arts to speak on behalf of the concepts.
Hi, this is Tara Petras with City Planning, Public Art Coordinator for the
Tara, we have you're kind of low volume. Can you boost up the
It
volume a
might
little
be
bit
my
or just talk louder?
Okay, is this better?
No.
Okay, let me take the earplugs out. Sorry, is that better?
Little.
Okay. Yeah, I'm very supportive of the project. It's nice seeing these colorful concepts and context on the actual building facades. I think it's a great show of diversity with the artists as well.
I can't hear a word.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? I'll just put it in the chat.
A little bit better.
I support the project. It's very nice to see the concepts and context on the walls of the building or the facade of the building. It's a great show of diversity with the artists and their artistic styles, as well as the different textures and colors. And I think it's great, and I'm in support.
Thank you. Do we have any feedback from the local design review committee? Did they see these again?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Thank you for having me, Donna Gregonis from Ohio City Incorporated and Tremont West, on again. Yes, so the local committee reviewed these concepts and they were approved as presented. I think there were some comments from the community that they wish that the murals were a little bit bigger, actually. So that was nice to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move it on to questions or comments from the commission.
Adrian Bailey.
Go ahead, Ms. Bailey.
Thank you, everyone was involved in presenting the painting. So I liked it, especially I like the idea for the painting on the outside as well as on the inside. What I'm looking at in the center, is there's going to be anything right there, or that's part of the inside painting?
In the center of the drawing on the current slide, that is the opening to the parking garage.
All right, thank you. That's it. I like the painting.
Other questions or comments from the commission?
Michelle Anderson.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Maurice?
Madam, we have Michelle Anderson with her hand raised.
Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These are very nice, exciting works of art, represent quite a diversity. And this is a new building. I'm not exactly sure how these relate quite to the street. I take it these are probably not going to be seen that much by most people because this is Dexter Court, which I don't think gets that much traffic. Can the artworks be seen together all at once? I mean, do you have that much space available for viewing? And if so, was there any consideration to how the different works of art interact with each other, you know, either in color, composition, scale? So that's my question.
So we actually anticipate quite a bit of pedestrian traffic through here. This is the main north-south connection through the neighborhoods, which is why the developer incorporated the pedestrian arcade through the building. Was the main north-south connection when the site was a vacant lot. So we still anticipate a lot of pedestrian traffic coming through here, which is the intention for putting the murals back there to make it more interesting and welcoming. You can see these 4 murals at once, the 4 exterior ones. You can also see the 4 interior ones at once, but you can't see the interior and the exterior at the same time.
Does that answer your question, Ms. Anderson?
No. If you can see like the 4 together, I'm just curious if when you group these pieces together, what kind of consideration you have for how they work as a whole visually?
So we worked with a committee made up of arts organizations. Tara Petros from City Planning was involved, the architects for the project. We worked as a large stakeholder group to select the artists that we're working with on this project. And there was a lot of discussion and consideration to the artists that we were selecting, selecting artist styles that worked well together and complemented each other. And the intention with the project is that the developers wanted these 4 exterior ones to feel like a gallery. So they didn't want to select one artist to do all 4. They wanted a different artist to do each one.
So I think I'll build on what Ms. Anderson said. I do agree. I like they're 4 beautiful pieces of art. I think they work, they're very interesting, but it does feel a little disjointed how different they are as they're trying to, unify the building. So, I don't feel the styles should match, but should there be some undertone of color or, I guess color that should really be the thread to make you feel like you're walking through a cohesive, gallery, and that these are all part of, a unified approach versus right now they feel very segmented like a gallery, but usually don't have, classical and modern and print all in the same place. You have the styles often grouped together. So if the styles are different, then do color something like the colors provide that unity across these four pieces. I guess I would prefer, I should say it that way. My preference would be, an opinion would be that, you could provide a colors that could unify the four. This would be a stronger installation.
Thank you, Chairwoman Trott. That's more of the direction that my question was heading. I appreciate that. My concern is we've been installing, many large, lovely, colorful murals throughout the city. And I see the possibility where we will accumulate so many that there's no longer a nice, subtle message being conveyed by these works of art. Rather, they're competing with each other for visual space. And I think that we end up with sort of a visual cacophony instead of a nice orchestrated, pleasing visual environment.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Other questions or comments from the commission? Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to express my opinion that especially these four paintings on Dexter Court, I view them more as large paintings rather than murals, given their size. And I can appreciate the perspective of having different artists represented in a gallery type format. So I don't personally see the need to have uniformity of style or color represented in this particular location. On the interior of the building, I think it's a larger scale and there's one artist involved and it's a much more cohesive presentation. So I personally am very much in favor of the artwork that's proposed as presented. Thank you.
We have Tara Petrus rather.
Go ahead, Ms. Petrus.
Thank you, Maurice. Yeah, I agree with Mr. Strickland. One thing I want to keep in mind is that all of these are not the final concept. And if you look at the color palette that April Bleakney provided for what she's going to be doing, I think it is complementary to the one that will be to the left of hers as far as color scheme. And so that's just something to keep in mind. It's not going to look exactly like it looks right now on this particular slide. But I think the colors work well and complement each other. And I think having the variety of styles makes it more interesting. I believe the only one that will lack color may be the one on the right. So I just wanted to add that.
We have Adrian again.
Go ahead, Ms. Bailey. One thing before, I guess, we start, Ms. Bailey, to recenter us, I mean, our focus on these are truly how they interact with the architecture, not the style. So I think you're just trying to stay focused on what our parameters would be able to comment on these are, as you add your questions. Go ahead, Ms. Bailey.
Yeah, I agree with Madam Chair about focusing on the architecture, because the one in the middle looks like it's kind of off center, off the edge of the brick. So I know that it's going to be fitting in. And they already explained how it's going to be installed in the previous meeting. But the painting on the end that looks like a flower, that's going to have color, correct? It's just not completed.
Correct. That's the one, April Bleakney, who's a screen printer. So she'll use photography and painting and screen printing, and she showed her color palette too in the slide.
And thanks for clarifying that's the garage door. But I'm hearing what Miss Anderson was saying about the paintings on the inside, and I do agree. When you go to a museum, an art museum, you really don't see all the artists' work blending in with each other. So I agree that they all should stand alone in each space, but at least trying to focus in on blending in between the columns so they can blend in with the building. But I'm assuming above is glass, and of course the window that's on the door. So when the garage door opens up and I'm walking by, will I be able to see the paintings on the inside while the garage is open? Or if the garage door is down, will I still be able to see the painting through the glazing? Is that glass right there? So that's a question, being able to see the painting on the inside if I'm not inside as a pedestrian.
So Don or Carl, can you go back to the slide showing the rendering of Dexter Place? So Miss Bailey, to help you understand, so the exterior panels are along the sidewalk here on the first floor of the building. The interior are, if you go straight up the street and inside of the building, they'll be inside there. So they're not inside the parking garage, they're inside of the, like, it's a north-south pedestrian connection. So you walk through the building along Dexter and that's where they are. So they're all on the same line. So you'll be able to walk, the public will be able to walk through the interior arcade and see the interior panels.
Oh, so all the paintings is actually on the exterior, not the other views that you show is not technically on the inside the garage, it's actually on the outside, right?
So Antoine Washington's murals are inside, but they're not inside the parking garage. They're inside the pedestrian arcade that is incorporated into the design of the building. That is a public pedestrian access.
Okay, all right, so now you clarified it. So it's on the exterior, it's on the exterior. So the two views that I'm seeing right here, it's on the outside. All right, thank you. So you clarified that. All right.
Tara has one more comment, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Tara.
Thank you, Maurice. This was my last comment. I agree with the comments about what you will see when you go into an art museum like the Cleveland Museum of Art, that they don't necessarily mix styles in the same place, but different galleries. And I look at this more like an outdoor gallery. A lot of gallery spaces do mix different artistic styles. I can give Spaces as an example where you can go in there at any given time and you may see different artistic styles in the same place. So I just want to make a fair comparison with regard to the ones that are, the four that are different, and just look at it in context of possibly gallery versus a museum. That's it.
Great point, Ms. Richards. Other questions or comments from the commission, or would someone like to put forward a motion?
I have a
Yes, we have Giancarlo.
Oh, go ahead, Giancarlo. Ms. Bailey, could you please mute your mic?
Yes, we have Giancarlo.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I actually find these four quite unique, and I actually really like that just black and white one at the end. But I was curious again, are these intended to remain as part of a permanent view of the building, or are they, like so many other murals in the area, intended to be changed over a period of time?
So the intention is that they would stay at least 3 years. The developer is hoping to get 5 years out of them, but they intend to replace the panels with new artwork whenever they do replace them.
Are we talking about 5 years because they may fade or transform, or because that's just the general policy of this art-like setting?
They're painted on plywood, so I think that's just 3 to 5 years is how long we anticipate they would probably stay and still look good without having maintenance issues. I will say that generally in Ohio City, we put a 5-year timeline on every project, every mural project that we install, just in case there are maintenance issues, but we are far past our 5-year marks on a lot of our murals, and they've stayed in perfect condition and are still up, and we have no intention of removing them. So we just put it sort of a estimated timeline on how long they'll last. They could stay longer, or again, they could be replaced if they're not holding up as well as we're hoping they will.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments? Or
Yes, one more time.
Go ahead, Ms. Bailey.
With the comment that was made, that was part of the motion from the last meeting about the maintenance and information and stuff. So I was going to get, before the motion is made, that one painting right here that we're looking at right now. I just want to make sure the board is okay making a motion, even though some of the artwork we haven't seen complete. So that's a question to the board, the commission.
Well, I believe our main focus is the how that piece of art interacts with the architecture itself and is integrated into the architecture versus the actual style of the or the exact art piece itself. So I think I'm very comfortable with how they've integrated and their general approach on all four based on what our focus of our review is.
Okay, that said, I'll make a motion. Any more comments before I do that? All right. Make a motion to accept the presentation as presented, and any changes or update to be presented to staff.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, thank you, Giancarlo. So we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Pettit, please call roll and announce the results.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Kalikia,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik,
Yes.
Ms. Trott.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We look forward to seeing your project be installed. When's the installation of these pieces of art?
Thank you. I believe mid to late March, we're hoping.
Excellent. So we look forward to seeing them in the next month.
Thank you.
Move on to our second applicant, located at Tremont Place Lofts, 710 Jefferson Avenue, revised door proposal.
Looks like we have Steve Jennings.
Welcome, Mr. Jennings. Please tell us about your project.
So we were here not that long ago and presented the same project to you guys, and actually had 2 of the 3 openings we were proposing approved. So we're coming back today for the 3rd opening. So these first few slides are the same as what we presented before with the existing conditions. So this is the Tremont Lofts, or the Gospel Press building. If you want to go to the next slide. These were some views of the existing interior. This was the floor plan. So the floor plan has stayed the same. The only difference is the middle opening, which was not approved previously. We're now proposing a operable window, not a garage door as we previously proposed. Next This was the existing elevation. And then this is the revised proposed elevation. So you can see in the middle, we've really taken the comments from both Landmarks and the Ohio City design, or the Tremont design review, and made that middle thing look, well, it is a window rather than a garage door. So we worked with the storefront manufacturer, and they're actually able to provide these very narrow styles for these windows so they can be operable. So they would be hinged so that they can open 180 degrees, and only the staff of the building would be able to open them. They wouldn't be, doors that just a public person could walk, through the building management would decide if it's a nice day, they would, want to open them, and they would secure them so they're either open completely or they're closed completely. And it's all would just be weather dependent. And then just as another note on the 2 openings that were previously approved, we did start some demolition and found that there's a conflict with the top of those openings because the existing floor line is conflicts with the top there. So there's a panel now shown that would match the storefront material. On the one on the left, we have the address in that panel. So it's a slight revision to the previously approved openings.
Excellent, thank you. Is there feedback from the local committee? Mr. Jonas?
Yes, we have Michelle Davis.
Oh, go ahead.
Good morning, Commission. It's nice to see everyone. The committee met. They did approve the project as presented, but they did suggest that the bottom rail of the new opening have some sort of, material there to match the left door. They felt that the window was too close to the ground, but was going to leave that for you all to discuss today. But they did like this better than the garage door that had been presented.
Excellent, thank you.
Yes, I believe the comment was they wanted the window to have a wider style on the bottom, which would match the door. Our response was that our goal was to make it more like a window and not have anything that would make it look like it could be a door. So that's why we were trying to differentiate.
Okay, well, I will ask a follow-up question to that, but I'll open up to others first on the commission. Other questions or comments from the commission?
I would like to say something.
Go ahead, Carlo, sorry.
Thank you so much. I actually like it very much now, much better than previous presentations. I like the windows closer. So this is going to be a coffee shop, right?
Well, it's the building lobby, and they will be serving coffee, but it's not like a standalone
shop. Okay. The only slight issue that I have, Steve, is that remaining door. It seems to be kind of out of place at this point with all the glass and openings. It would be nice to incorporate that door into the design element and maybe replace it with some.
You're talking about the one on the right side?
The one on the right, yeah, the pink door.
So that's actually a gate. So that goes into an exterior area.
Right.
So, it's not well represented on this elevation, but maybe if you're able to go to the first slide.
That door is a metal door, right?
It's cut off a little bit, but on the right side, it's like an open,
right,
steel metal, like a picket gate.
I'm not familiar with the door, but I was just wondering if it could be lightened up, even if we're metal, maybe some glass, some design elements, so it doesn't seem to be out of place now that you have this open, lightweight design that seems to be very appealing for that portion of the building. That portion of the building really has been kind of untouched. It's an entrance, but nothing really interesting has been done in that, on this particular facade, which is now being changed dramatically. I'm just wondering, if it's not,
You were
the thing is
fine
too, but
for-
I wonder if somehow that door could be lightened up somewhat. That's my only comment, actually.
Yeah, we've not really investigated that open.
Okay.
Michelle Anderson, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With reference to that door to the extreme right, the one that's a gate, is that original to the building, or is that something that was done, during the recent renovation? I don't know if you know any history on that, but I'm just curious. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I can't confirm anything exactly, but my assumption is that it is original, or in some fashion historic, if not original, but it's definitely an older. Well, it's not a new piece of material.
Michelle, it was there. It's an original opening.
I realize it's an original opening. I'm just wondering if that gate is part of the original opening. I don't recall it, offhand. Although I've been by the building many times.
Right.
Just was curious.
But yeah, it's definitely not like a pre-finished aluminum product. It's more robust.
We have Adrian Bailey.
Go ahead, Ms. Bailey.
Could you go back to the elevation, Maurice? Mr. Jennings, thank you for removing the garage opening for that window. So although the other items were already approved from the previous, and that the window door on the right is not part of this project, I really like what you did trying to not duplicate, but the concept being the same as the already approved pair of doors on the left with the muffins at the top. So I don't have any problem with the new storefront window that's fixed, correct? It's not operable. As you presented it, correct? It's not operable. It's just a window that you're putting in there, right?
Well, no, so it is operable, but it's not for a non-staff member. So the staff can unlock it and secure the it's a window product, so it's not like a door that's made to just open and close continuously. So they can open it like at the beginning of the day when they're the weather's nice, and then at the end of the day they can close it.
So is it each pair of windows that can open it up, or just in the center?
Yeah, just in the center. If you go to the floor plan, I think I show how they swing open. Yeah, so if you see where it says proposed plan, there's the two half circles. That's how they'll swing up against the brick wall when they're open. But obviously, like any, throughout the whole winter months, it'll be as, just like a fixed window.
That's all my comments.
Okay. Any other, Mr. Strickland?
Mr. Strickland, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, I had to step away, so I don't know if this was asked or answered previously, but the door leaves open out. Is there any hardware to capture those doors when in the open position so that the wind doesn't catch them and close them?
Yes, there'll be latches because, yeah, in addition to not having the wind, move the doors, we don't want any, customers or tenants doing it, only the staff members. So there'll be a latch, or like a hook on each side to secure the doors.
Thank you very much.
And since it's a window, but it's actually more a door, there'll be a threshold in your allowing people to walk through this entryway or this opening when these windows/doors are open, correct?
Correct. Yes. So it'll be flush with the interior floor.
I guess my only comment is that I do probably, I lean more to the local committee's comments of, I would prefer to see a rail. I like the approach. I appreciate the change. I think it integrates with the architecture so much better. But a bottom rail to the window, to me, would visually make it also tie across there and feel actually probably more like a window than a door. So having the small 2-inch, mullion at grade, I think your window is going to get dirty also in that area and take a lot of abuse. But it would actually, in my opinion, make the architecture more unified and make it feel like a window versus right now it feels like a door because the glass extends all the way down to the close to grade. So that's my personal opinion on the configuration of that window. Other questions or comments from the commission? Ms. Bailey, is your hand just still up or do you have an additional question?
It's no question. So this clarification which you just made. So the center windows where it's located, the bottom framing. So is that at the grade of the floor level? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
So, okay, all right. So I'm kind of rethinking this now because I was thinking it was at window level and the grade is actually at the masonry level where the black line is. That's where I thought the grade was at. So the floor line is really where the window framing is, correct? So you were looking at people to walk out of there into the ground level, which is how many inches from that top down to the ground? How many inches is that?
It'll be a zero-inch transition. So you'll be able to walk from the sidewalk into the building without a step.
So it's zero. So is that the same height?
Correct.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Whereas the door on the right, it is a little lower, and you're really technically walking in, and that's why the door is really a little lower than the one on the right. Okay, that's why I'm trying to get an understanding.
So the door in the center and the door on the left both enter in a grade at 0, 0.
Okay. All right. Now I can see what the local design review is saying now about the look of a door looking similar to the one on the left, just to make it look the same in a way. But then I don't have any issue with the look of how it looks right now either. But at least they're not stepping down into a grade. So you're telling me it's at 0 grade. So I don't have no problem as long as they're not stepping down onto something. They're just directly walking right out. All right, thank you.
Other questions or comments from the commission? Would someone like to put forward a motion? Someone from the commission like to put forward a motion?
Madam Chair, this is Bob Strickland. Since nobody else is jumping in, I would move to approve with the stipulation that the architect consider increasing the profile of that bottom rail so that it mimics the curb configuration or looks similar to the operable doors to the left. But that's not a stipulation. If the design does change, submit the final shop drawings to the Landmarks Commission for record.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Pettit, please call roll and announce the results.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchia,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik,
Yes.
Ms. Trot.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Good luck with your project. Thank you. We'll move on to our third applicant, the Addington residence at 1445 West 48th Street, addition to townhome. For the applicant, please use the raise hand function and tell us about your project.
Yeah, my name is Eric Kuchek. I'm with J. Capella Design and Construction. If you could move forward to the fourth slide, I believe it was, the site plan. So this is located at 1445 West 48th Street, just south of Clinton. It is a two-story addition to the rear side of the house, with extending the deck in the front of the house to match the existing. On the first floor in the addition, it will be exercise room, and the second floor will be sunroom. The siding, the trim, and the deck of the addition all will match the existing. If you can go to the elevations, they're located on the 7th or 8th slide. There you go. So this would be the front elevation showing the deck, similar to what was existing. These stairs will also be extended to the demising wall of the unit, as well as there'll be 3 columns that are supporting. The base will be CMU to match the existing on the first floor, as well as a white trim column to also be matching the white pickets, as well as the posts and rails, guardrails for the deck. If you can move over to the rear elevation. This would be the left side elevation indicating the rear side 2-story addition with the siding to match, and we are mimicking the rhythm of the windows, the double hungs of the existing on the rear side as well. If you can go to the rear side elevation, that's the right side with the slider, as well as the same windows on the second floor. And then one more slide. And this would be the rear side, again, with the windows on the double hung windows on the second floor. As well as because of the slope of the roof, we're using a standing seam metal roof with a color to match the garage green color. And yes, that would be it.
Thank you. That's it for your presentation. I'm sorry.
I guess that'll be it.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have feedback from the local design review committee?
Good morning again. This is Donna Jonas with the Incorporated. The local committee approved as presented, and thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the commission? Go ahead, Ms. Bailey.
For the new windows, what type of materials are you using?
Sorry, are you asking material as far as frame?
Yes, what type of materials of the window structure? What type, vinyl, aluminum, yeah.
I think we'll have to use a little bit more exploratory research on the existing, but I believe that it is whatever the existing has, we will be matching that existing.
Could you go back to the floor plan? I just need to know where is this exactly the new structures in the rear? of the building that you added the new windows in?
Correct. It is in the rear, on the floor plan on the right. So it has limited visibility from 48th Street. It is just a box in the rear.
The reason why I asked that question is the commission tried to limit the vinyl windows. So since it's in the rear and it's limited to the front and not have much visibility, you know, that's just an option versus using the aluminum window. So it's not the main front or the main side front. So, all right. And what about lighting in the back? Any lights and any landscape around that structure, new structure, the landscape?
Because it's located pretty close to the property line and there's not much visibility from anywhere, there's probably not going to be a lot of landscaping. If any lighting is needed for adequate, walkways, we'll be supplying that.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments from the commission? So I'm sorry. Was there some, Ms. Bailey? I guess I'll ask a question since I don't see any other hands up right now. You sit on Clinton. I'm on Google Earth, and then you are connected to one additional townhome. Is that correct? Mr. Kuchek, I think you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Yes, it's just a one additional unit that is attached to.
Okay, and for the rear addition, it looks like you don't have any visibility from Clinton or the other side street, correct?
Correct.
So it's just the front addition. And does this require a variance based on how you said you're already close to the property line?
Correct. It will require variance, and we are aware of that with building and housing.
And how close will this deck be to the setback versus where you currently are? You have that shown in your drawing?
I do. I just have to pull it up real quick. So the deck is currently extends 3 feet out, and we are extending that 5 more feet. So from the property line, it is 11.5 feet.
Okay. And you said the material and style of the new deck would match the existing, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm just wondering and how this would integrate with obviously your connected neighbor, because currently your 2 designs on the front are similar or the exact match of each other, correct?
Correct.
And has there been any discussion with a neighbor to make an integrated, renovation so that the 2 units would stay as a complete composition?
There hasn't. The 2 units are not a exact match. There's a lot of details that are separate and different from the 2. If you can move into, I'm not sure if you can see the bottom image. It's not they are replicated the same. They're not duplicates. So there's some different characteristics of the 2. So we thought that the deck in front, if it didn't match exactly, that wouldn't be a complete change to the composition.
I'm assuming because my Google Earth is not showing. Can't get a direct view. So, okay, I'm sorry. So are you the one behind the tree or in front of which one are we modifying?
So it's the one behind the tree, it's tough to see, is our unit, and the one that is visible is the one to the left.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's where it came up. I guess that's my only hesitation. The rear addition, I have no personal, issues with because it is hidden from view. So it's, I think it's very modest and ties into the existing architecture. The addition on the front, I'm personally struggling with because you're taking, if it was a single family home, that would be different. But this is a townhome, that currently has a sort of a cohesive, design. To me, it's sort of, it is changing the approach of the design of the whole composition of these two. So I guess I am still looking at that personally, of my opinion on that. Other questions or comments from the commission?
I just want to make a comment on the windows. After I heard the comment made of trying to match the existing, I would like to study what type of you have, if it's wood, that, if we can, to put wood limiting on it. Just a comment, that's all. I'm not saying to do it, but it's just a comment.
Other questions or comments from the commission? Would someone like to put forward a motion? Everyone's very quiet today. Would someone like to put forward a motion?
Madam Chair, this is Bob Strickland again, and I'll move to approve the certificate of appropriateness as presented.
We have a motion, give a second.
I second Adrian Bailey.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Pettit, please take a vote. I'm sorry, please call roll and announce the results.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchio,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik,
Yes.
Ms. Trott.
No.
Madam Chair, the motion passes 6 votes to 1. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good luck with your project. Thank you.
Thank you all.
We'll move on to our next applicant, located at the Notros Vibe Garden at 2828 Clinton Avenue, rock climbing wall. I totally botched the name. Sorry about that. Tell us about your project and tell me how to say it correctly.
No problem. Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Peter Stancato. It's nosotros. It's a Spanish word. It means we. It indicates the importance of community. We're proposing an outdoor climbing wall here at 2828 Clinton Avenue. Next slide, please. A small background about the gym. We're a 501c3 nonprofit. There's actually only 4 nonprofit climbing gyms in the country, and we're one of them. We have a location in Lakewood, a location in downtown Cleveland, across from Cleveland State. And our mission is this: we use rock holds to help households by providing time, money, and service to people in need. Each year we have one big goal, as evidenced by these pictures. In 2018, we provided 100 date nights to Cleveland couples in need. In 2019, we pooled our resources and donated a car to a community local. In 2020, our windows at the downtown location experienced some civil unrest. We made a t-shirt that said "Racism is a mountain we need to climb together," and we donated proceeds to Underserved Youth and climbing camps specifically, so parents can get time away to work during a pandemic, and kids can experience 7 benefits that studies shown have really helped kids. And so that's number 1, spatial awareness, number 2, motor skills, 3, memory, 4, academic performance, 5, problem solving, 6, social skills, and 7, mental health. They're actually finding that climbing is being used to effectively treat depression. In 2021, we plan to launch the most affordable student club in Lakewood and Cleveland. Most clubs are 200 plus, and we plan to open up something around the $50 price point so people from all financial circumstances can participate. We also do extra items throughout the year. We donate to local schools, places like the Gathering Place helps students with cancer, and the Cuyahoga Fatherhood Initiative. We also already spoke with Near West Rec, a needs-based financial assistance program that offers recreation to youth in Ohio City, Detroit, Shoreway, Tremont, and the Metro Health area. And so this is what differentiates us and what we plan to bring to the neighborhood. Next slide, please. Regarding context, so this location has an active street life. Climbing will add to the social culture, and we expect that young adults will mainly participate. But the beauty is that climbing is really increasing in popularity. It's going to enter the Olympics soon, and we're basically using the money that people spend on the wall, and then we're funneling it to the youth. So we're excited about the youth benefiting from this project. Next slide, please. Here's a rendering of the wall. It will be 24 feet long, 9 feet wide, and 16 feet tall. The padding will be just like our other climbing gyms. It'll be 6 feet longer, 6 feet wider on either side, and 12 inches thick, just like the industry standards say. And then regarding protocols, there will be a wall monitor at all times. And the wall monitor will ensure that every participant signs a waiver, gets a tour so that they know how to climb and understand safety, how to climb up, how to climb down, how to watch out for other people. Again, there should only be 4 to 6 people on the wall at a time, and the wall will be constantly supervised. Next slide, please. Here's the drawings that our architect can speak on.
Jake Miley, architect, working with Peter and the Sotros. The structure will be built out of treated lumber, treated posts at the corners that will go below grade to anchor the wall, and treated plywood as the climbing surface. As you saw in the renderings, it will be painted 2 sections, black and white, and then a clear seal on a portion. And you can see from the bottom left section that what the wall allows for is climbers to do what's called topping out. And so it something that most indoor gyms, especially Peters, the existing ones don't allow for, is the topping out, where it simulates actual rock climbing where you can climb up over the top edge. So that's what this does. You can also return back to the ground from this covered slide, and so you can see that through that left section. And all galvanized fasteners, and so that's the makeup of the wall.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Anything further you'd like to present today?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have feedback from the local committee?
Hi, good morning. Again, Madam Chair and members of the commission, this is Donna Gregonis with Ohio City Incorporated and West. So at the local committee, this was approved as presented with the recommendation that the applicant consider a fence to separate the climbing wall as its own entity, but there is a fence currently on site. but that was just a recommendation, but it was approved as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start with staff feedback. Go ahead, Mr. Pettit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to point out for the record that we have received 3 emails from the neighborhood residents objecting to the rock climbing wall. They came from Paula Kampf, who lives on Church, Jim and Marge Mezak, who live on Clinton Avenue, and also Bill Merriman, who also lives on Church Avenue. Part of their concerns has to do with the temporary nature of the site and the current permit, and I'll let Carl Brunges just clarify, the fact that this has always been intended to be a temporary use. And Carl, if you can just let us know the status of the temporary use permit, I think that would be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Pettit. Good morning. Saucy Brew Works was issued a temporary outdoor venue permit in July of 2020. They requested to have a temporary use as an outdoor live entertainment and amusement venue in this area, which included live outdoor music, volleyball, and can pong at that time. A variance was granted by the Board of Zoning Appeals in September 2020, which allowed these uses, and noting that the beer garden closes by 10 p.m. so that there is an active variance granted for entertainment and amusement use. Maurice, could you move 2 slides down, please? No, other way. There should be a site plan. Keep going. 1 more, please. And 1 more. Okay. At the upper right of the site plan, the variance was granted for the entire site, all because there's multiple parcels on here, which caused some confusion on our end when we originally received this proposal. At the upper right, you can see the can pong area, and this is where the rock climbing wall is going to be placed. Because the rock climbing wall is replacing the can pong, there is no need for a variance, and this is not considered an expansion of the existing proposal of the variance that was already granted. So, not an expansion, it is just a replacement. One of the other, so it is in effect, and it is allowable and it is temporary. One of the part of the motion that was made by the local design review committee that this be tied to the end of the lease. So when the lease expires, then also this temporary use should also expire.
What is the length of time of that? Carl, do we know?
I believe it's the end of November, but you would have to confirm with a Saucy representative at this time.
This is David from Saucy, and I can confirm the lease currently runs through November of 2021.
The other concern, and Peter, you should probably talk to this a little bit, was the concern about people who had been drinking using the wall. Could you please explain to the commission that procedure and how that is addressed on site? Thank you.
Of course, thank you. This is what I looked into first. So whenever we first got this idea, I called 50 climbing gyms around the country who currently serve alcohol in the premises. And I asked to speak to the person in charge and ask how they mitigate this risk. And every one of them have done a wristband system. And so basically you're able to climb if you have a wristband. As soon as you're served alcohol, everybody knows, meaning the staff know, to cut off your wristband. And so that you're not able to climb if you don't have a wristband. So all the wall monitors are apprised that they only allow people with wristbands to climb. And that's what we're going to do at Saucy.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? I'm sorry, commission. Go ahead, Ms. Smiley.
I like the idea of this is something that could be done on the exterior. And it was mentioned that it's just only a few of this in the United States that's being done. Most of the rock climbing is on the inside, correct?
Yes.
So it's just maybe a few, one or two, and we're trying to add one in Cleveland. Now, the series of questions I have is for the architect. Now, the wristband, my concern is how you know the individual may have had alcohol and how you know when they're going to do that so you can cut that off. So, but this is architect questions I'm going to ask. So the first question is, based on the structure you just described earlier, how many people are allowed on here based on the weight of the individual and at one time? And see, you have two different walls on there. So based on the type of structure you design on there, how many can be allowed on this structure at one time? The more weight you put on here, the more it's heavier.
Yeah, so the majority of the weight will be bearing on the four posts, and then it actually will bear on the ground. So we'll make sure we have a level surface before we build, and the nature of the wall, because one side is
Adrian,
vertical.
please mute your microphone.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
One side is vertical, the other side actually has a 10-degree slope inward, and so there really won't be. I think the practicality of people being on the structure will outweigh the weight limit by individuals, if that makes sense.
I can speak to it, if I may. Jake, I mean, we had a structural engineer tell us what our wall would hold at Lakewood, and it's being built the same way, and it would hold 250,000 pounds. It's actually a question we get all the time. Larger people ask, can the wall hold me? And I say, yes, it can hold 250,000 pounds. So the weight isn't an issue. And then I also wanted to speak to your alcohol comment. You said, how do you tell if somebody doesn't drink beforehand? It's a slippery question. We could say the same thing about our current gyms in practice. How do you tell if people aren't drinking in the parking lot beforehand, or people aren't drinking before they drive? What the climbing gyms say that already serve alcohol
My understanding was, I thought you were serving alcohol on the premise. So why did you bring that up earlier? Are you serving alcohol nearby? That's why I brought it up.
Yes, alcohol will be served, but people, if they want to drink, will climb after they climb.
That's why I brought the comment up. It don't have nothing to do with outside. So you are serving alcohol on the premise. So that my question is related to that.
You're asking, how do I make sure that people don't drink before they climb?
How you control that since you're serving alcohol on the premise?
Yep. So again, there will be a waiver that outlays the rules that will say that people have agreed to not drink beforehand. There will be a sign that says you cannot drink beforehand. But again, if you're concerned about people drinking in the parking lot or something, or coming from maybe another restaurant and having a drink beforehand, the wall monitor will be visually inspecting the gym the entire time. And so just like police officers are asked to make visual inspections about how people drive, we're doing the same thing at the wall. And so people will know the rules clearly, and the wall will be monitored closely.
So my next question is both for you and the architect. Again, this is structural issue, and I'm gonna ask the architect first, and then I'm gonna ask you. All right, and this is PPE. I didn't hear anything like that. Yes, I have the wall monitor washing, but I'm not hearing anything related to PPE. Architect, Mr. Malley. Now, I'm not hearing anything related to any anchoring on the top or any fall protection where you could connect at the top for people to be climbing or they have some protection gear. Do you have that in your structure or in the design? And that's the question for you regarding to PPP, Mr. Peter, next, after the architect finish.
So the way that we're securing the structure is the four corners will have a treated post that will go below grade and have a Simpson post-base anchor that will attach to concrete below grade. So that's the structural support, structural integrity of the wall itself. In terms of any fall protection, what the nature of, and Peter, you can speak to this better, but since I'm talking, bouldering is considered low height, and so the 12 inches of foam and the height of the wall don't require you to clip in like you're doing high climbing where you're going up
Top anchor.
Top anchor. So the only fall protection that's required is the 12 inches of foam, and that's part of the training, and so people know how to correctly fall, and that's that.
Yeah, exactly. So there's an overarching association called the Climbing Wall Association, and there's fewer injuries in climbing, specifically bouldering, than bowling each year. So it's safe, and the padding is thick. And people are shown, if they were to fall, to bend their knees and to roll back and to tuck their chin and to put their arms in. Regarding PPE, we have several protocols in place. Number one, everyone is required to wear a mask. Number two, everybody gets their temperatures checked with a non-contact forehead thermometer before participation. Number three, people will sanitize their hands before participation. And then since it's outside, that will allow for clean air.
Well, that was my next question, but you answered it because I'm just wondering how you're going to clean the rock climbing where they put their hands and stuff, before the next person come in. So I'm assuming someone, the staff, is going to be cleaning those things when they climb. But I'm not familiar with rock climbing, so but I was just concerned about fall protection and just making sure there's something there when individuals are climbing up there, that there's something there for fall protection. But I like the idea that it's outside and it's something excellent for the community, but just make sure those items and stuff is in place. Thank you.
Mr. Tarasuk, I believe you're next. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. I think it's a great idea. I enjoy rock climbing indoors and have been numerous times, and I really enjoyed my experiences doing that. And the first question I had, I think, was answered, which was the any type of protection other than just the foam mat. I'm assuming the number of gyms that I've gone to before, there are areas where you don't need to have any kind of overhead securing of the person climbing up to a certain level. I think you called it bouldering. And I'm assuming this is about that same height. I think I saw 24 feet high. Is that correct?
16.
16. Okay. But I'm assuming, is that a fair assumption that some of these other gyms that I've gone to, where there are areas where you don't need any kind of securing or any kind of clipping in, if you will, right? Just up to a certain height. Are we talking generally about the same type of height we're looking at here?
Yep, same height, and most gyms offer bouldering sections. Yes.
The other thing, I think, just to be clear, my understanding is that this may not be the one of a limited number of outdoor rock climbing facilities. My understanding is that it is the 501c3 nature of this puts you in a category of only a very limited amount of these types of organizations. Is that correct?
Correct. There's only 4 nonprofits in the nation,
right?
Nonprofit climbing gyms. But regarding outdoor walls, there are several outdoor walls around the country. One in Columbus, one in Chagrin, several on the west side.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to be clear that it was the fact that you were a not-for-profit organization here doing this is what makes you very unique, right?
Yes.
Within the country. From my understanding, and Carl, I think this is involving you as well, that the nature of what we're looking at here does comport with the current use of that permit, regardless of whether it's temporary or not. What they're looking to do here is within the 4 corners of that particular temporary special use permit. So that part, to me, I think at this point is a non-issue, as long as it's whether it's tied to the lease or not. But right now, what you're going to be using it for is within the purview of that particular permit. And if I'm wrong on that, please correct me.
No, you are. This is a permitted use.
Okay. And then with respect to the alcohol, again, just so that I'm clear, and first of all, just to be clear, I think it's a great project. I love the not-for-profit aspect of it. As I said, I really enjoy doing rock climbing myself. But with respect to the alcohol issue of it, am I correct that the way that you're going to do this is that all of your patrons, and I'm presuming all of your patrons when they come in the door, will receive a wristband, and then once any of those patrons are served alcohol, that wristband will be cut off. So it would seem to me that the way that would work, the way I understand, is that whoever walks into your facility is going to get a wristband upon entering, and then only those that continue to have that wristband will be able to use the wall. Is that correct?
Partially. Let's take you for example. Let's say you go to the Vibe Garden and they have bench seating, picnic tables, and you sit down and tell your waiter that you'd like to climb. At that point, you're given a wristband. You approach the wall by the monitor. You do a waiver. You get a tour. You get the safety instruction, and the monitor knows that you did not receive any alcohol because you were given a wristband. And so then you climb. After you climb, you go back to your picnic table. You tell your waiter, "I'd like a beer and a pizza." The waiter will cut your wristband off and you have your beer and pizza. And let's say, you know what, I want to try climbing again. Well, you're not able to because you don't have a wristband anymore.
So that's if I was in the picnic area. What if I was anywhere else?
Like if you were at another bar and then you came in?
Well, anywhere else and at your facility, right? I mean, it's just not the picnic area. Am I correct or no?
It's just going to be in the Vibe Garden lot. And so only people who request to climb the wall will be given a wristband.
Okay.
And this is David from Saucy, and I guess I can confirm that as well, that with all the restrictions going on around COVID, we don't really allow standing in the Vibe Garden anyways. So everyone must go to a picnic table, everyone must sit down, and then they order from the app, and that's when the waiters or waitresses run to the table and come to you and we'll serve those wristbands out.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I think I haven't had a chance to make my comments, so I'll make them. I mean, I am familiar with rock climbing, just like Mr. Tarasik. I've done it both inside and outside in nature, so I think this is a great opportunity to provide bouldering, and I think that's where there's a confusion probably, since we're saying rock climbing and bouldering, which are similar but different. I think it's great to bring bouldering to the community. Knowing its temporary nature and that this is really only a 9-month installation, and currently based on your permits, I feel fairly comfortable with the approach, except for related to fencing and so forth. I think that is just the one thing that I think it's going to be a little hard to police this, but maybe not as much as people on the inside. I guess my question is, what is your height of fence around the perimeter of the property to help police this after hours?
David, you need to confirm on this, but I believe the fence around the property is 8 feet tall.
Okay.
Confirmed.
Okay. So
that helps me, a little bit, just so that, obviously there's a barrier, because it's going to be very enticing for others to want to climb the structure.
Julie, if I may, we've been approved by our insurance company, and it's actually going to be double covered. The wall will be covered already. The lot will be covered with the fence, and then the wall itself will be covered as well and locked.
I think the 8-foot fence is a great deterrent. If it was lower, then it would be easier to, let's just say, scale if desired. And then my only comment would be on the 6-foot matting on the slope side. I think is definitely appropriate. My only question is the 6-foot fall mat on the straight side appropriate, or should be closer to like an 8-foot mat, which is usually what is at the bottom of bouldering walls.
Sure. The industry standard is 6 feet, according to the Climbing Wall Association. We have the other gyms built at 6 feet, and they've been more than fine for 3 years. So that's why we chose that number.
Okay. Well, that if it's industry standard and you've had great success, then I guess I'm comfortable with that too. I think just a standard mat is often like 8 feet deep, so that's why I asked. So those are my only comments. I think it's a great use, and only this for understanding. You spoke, very, strongly about what you've done with your profits from your other locations. How is this going to be? How are you tying this location into that same focus? Is there going to be a charge for this to receive that wristband? Is that also part of it?
Yes. Yep. It'll be $6, between $6 and $8, but we're thinking $6 to climb for the day.
Perfect.
So, and you would pay to get the wristband. And then again, just like the other gyms, we take a portion of proceeds and donate it to that year's focus. And so the 2021 focus is Underserved Youth. And so we want to start the first ever climbing club in Cleveland and Lakewood, just because clubs are expensive. And so we want to take a portion of this money and sponsor children and offer scholarships.
Well, I think
so
pairing up with some of the churches in the area with their youth groups would be also a great opportunity to really connect this facility to the community.
It's a great idea.
That's all the questions I have. Ms. Anderson, I think you're the only one left with questions. Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some of my questions were answered. I was just wondering how, you charge for this. So that now I know. Do you and I know very little, I know a little bit about climbing. Maybe bouldering is different. Do you have to rent special shoes or anything like that?
It depends if you want to go to the Olympics. It depends how serious you are. This wall is going to be built where you can wear regular street shoes, and that's okay. We're also going to offer rental shoes if you'd like. Okay.
And the neighborhood expressed some concerns. Was the neighborhood informed of this project? Is there anything that, like noise, bands, loud cheering? I'm just wondering what possible objections there could be.
From what I can tell, the neighborhood talked about mostly the temporary versus permanent, but I can speak to the noise. Our Lakewood location is in the basement of a church. and they're able to have services while we're climbing below. And so noise isn't an issue there. The downtown location is at the first level, ground level of an apartment complex. And so there's residents who live right above. And again, never been a noise complaint there as well. So it's not a loud sport.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Bailey, do you have additional questions?
Yeah, I just have a comment. It sounds like you're using the facility for fundraising to help children in need. Have you thought about before those hours with alcohol involved, maybe allow children to climb it in the early hours of the day? Have you thought about allowing them to use it before the adults comes in?
That's a great idea. I can pass that by Saucy. We were going to be open whenever they were open. Our other climbing gyms, children and family typically come during the day, and then young adults usually come after work at night. So it makes sense. Great idea.
And from a Saucy perspective, if Peter has the demand to do it, we'll happily open it for children in the area to come with their families.
Because if there are some that do not understand with bouldering and rocking, or may not have had the exposure during that experience.
Great suggestion. Other questions or comments from the commission, or would someone like to put forward a motion?
I make a motion to present the accept the presentation as presented with any additional information related to PPE or safety or whatever to be presented to staff, and plans, layout for the facility. For example, children might use it during the hours and when the adults, just so staff will just know. That's all. That's my motion.
So just to clarify, you're asking for an operations approach?
Yeah, it's just out of courtesy.
Okay. All right, thank you. So we have a motion. We have a second.
Madam Chair, this is Bob Strickland. I would second that motion, just with the addition so that it's clear that the installation will be removed at the end of the lease term in November 2021.
I'll include that in the motion. Thank you.
So we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? No. Mr. Pettit, please call roll and announce the results.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchio,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasic,
Yes.
Ms. Trout.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Look forward to this getting constructed.
Thank you.
This concludes our certificates of appropriateness. We'll now move on to our concept plan reviews. We'll start with our first applicant located at 5506-08 and 5602 Detroit Avenue, demolition and new construction for Waverly and Oaks mixed-use development. Could the applicant please use the raised hand function to identify yourselves and then tell us about your project? I think I'm actually going to, Don, do we want to start with staff feedback first? Or about the...
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to point out that this is for concept review only, both for the demolition and the new construction. So we will not be taking action today. A lot has happened in the last couple of days. And I think, we've shared a lot of the letters we've received with the commission. I think we have to take the concerns of the community very seriously in this issue, in this case. We also have to follow our normal demolition protocols, which generally involve documentation of the building and the building's history, as well as salvage of significant artifacts. I think, you know, I think we kind of underestimated how much people care about this building. I think, you know, I think we will have some testimony from some of the Latino groups who are interested in this. I also believe the councilwoman is here today. So we also did a site visit, and at the end of this presentation, there is also a summary of what we found on that site visit. But I just want to reiterate that we're not taking action today. We're looking at the concept for the new construction, but we also have to take into account the history and significance of the building.
Perfect. Thank you for setting the stage. I guess I think we would ask to talk about the demolition first, and then we can review the concept. Would be my recommendation for this. So if the applicant would like to tell us about the demolition, and then if we can pause before we go into the concept conversation.
Thanks to the commission. Thanks for those comments. We would prefer to, just because we've laid out our presentation in its current form, our request is that we go through the presentation as we had it planned, where we discuss the project, and then we can get into the details surrounding the demolition, if that's okay with the commission.
Feedback from the other commission members. Would you like to see the full concept, or would you like to talk about the demolition first before we see the concept?
Madam Chair, I prefer your suggestion in terms of sequence of presentation. Can the applicant just jump to those slides that involve a documentation of the existing structure?
Sure, happy to do it. If we could go to the next slide, please. I'm Justin Strizzi. I'm speaking on behalf of Bond Street, the developer on this project. The property as it sits today is comprised of 7 parcels. What I would like to touch on is our process and how we've gotten from our initial engagement with the sellers through to today, because that's been a really critical part of this project to date. We engaged with the sellers of 6 of the 7 parcels nearly a year ago, actually a little over a year ago now. Shortly thereafter, from our engagement with the sellers, we initiated conversations with key local stakeholders, including members of the DSC CDO, council members, and members of city planning. Our position on this project has always been that we're relative newcomers to this site and to this neighborhood. So as a group, we'd like to gather insight and thoughts from the stakeholders that know the site and know the neighborhood the best. Those that have been thinking about a vision for this property and for this project, for this underutilized project for years, if not for decades. And we recognize and we take very seriously that this is a key piece of property in the evolution of Gordon Square and in the evolution of Detroit Avenue. In those early conversations, we learned a handful of key objectives of the site from the neighborhood and from the city. One is the extension of Gordon Square, the Gordon Square Arts District, to West 54th Street, and really an understanding of how we do that. One is by creating an active and vibrant street front, also adding additional residential density to Detroit and filling in some of the missing teeth along Detroit, which touches on what we're going to talk about as far as the demolition. We were part of that conversation was an understanding that this development should respect the neighboring properties and their occupants, and have a thoughtful public engagement process. To that end, we had a town hall with the immediate neighbors hosted by Councilmember Spencer earlier this month. That was open to our immediate members of this property, both residents and business owners, to preview our plans and to discuss initial feedback. We also launched a public engagement website on Co-Urbanize following that meeting earlier this month. We were also encouraged in those early conversations to include the Club Azteca property in our plans. So with that, we can talk about the current site condition and what sits there today and the history surrounding it. The property is comprised of 7 parcels. Again, 6 are owned by the Meyercar family, who operate the Vietnamese market on site and live above it. 5 of the lots are unimproved, including 4 paved private parking lots and a fenced-in private yard. 2 of the lots are improved with buildings. We invited the commission and the local historic committee members to tour the properties with us earlier this month, as was mentioned, and appreciate everyone's time in taking the time to do that. The 1898 historical maps show that all 4 parcels along Detroit Avenue were at that time unimproved. 5506 Detroit, if we could go ahead on one slide, please. So 5506 Detroit is a 5,000 square foot building currently occupied by the Vietnamese market and a barber shop, both owned and operated by the sellers of this property. The records are somewhat unclear, but based on historical maps and research, the building includes an original 2-story building, which you can see here in the bottom left and in the top picture, and a single-story addition that was built in 1980. Again, it's unclear, but comparing the historical maps from 1927 to 1937 and the aerial images from 1951, it could be that the 2-story portion of the property was built sometime between those 2 reference points, just based on what's shown in those images and maps. Records also suggest that there was an addition added onto the market building, as I mentioned, which is the concrete block building that you can see in the bottom right. That was built in 1980. That encompasses a majority of the square footage of the footprint, and that serves as the barber shop and a storage warehouse for the market. The second building is 5602 Detroit Avenue, which was most recently the Club Azteca building, which you can see here on the left of the top image. And if we can go one slide forward, please. The current condition of the building. Before we get into some of the recent history that was touched on, we'll discuss the property itself. Again, based on historical maps and imagery, the footprint of the building as it exists today first appears in the 1951 satellite image. The maps from 1927 to 1937 show a larger footprint building. And again, the site was unimproved in the 1898 map. This suggests that the building we see today may have been built or heavily modified between 1927 and 1951. Regarding recent history of the club itself and challenges facing the property, much of those details date back as far as 2013. Of course, that predates our involvement with the project, and we'll allow others to share any relevant details those events. We entered into contract on the Vietnamese market site in May of 2020. And as encouraged by our early conversations with the local stakeholders, we explored incorporating the Club Azteca property into our project. At that time, again, spring of last year, the property was slated for sheriff sale after an ultimate foreclosure decision in March of last year. At that time, we began conversations with the Cleveland Land Bank and importantly with Club Azteca in late spring 2020, as those that are closest to this property and closest to this building and closest to the neighborhood recognize that the worst case scenario for the neighborhood and for the club was for the building to go to sheriff sale and risk being sold to an out-of-town investor with no connection to the community. Through many hours of meetings and conversations with Club Azteca, we learned that, amongst other things, one of the club's main concerns for the property was that it go to an end user who understood the club's history or was willing to learn about the club's history and the neighborhood and would develop it responsibly. The club also, based on those conversations, did not want the property to fall into the hands of speculators or out-of-state investors who would have had access had it gone to sheriff sale, which because of COVID were taking place online. And we also heard of the club's desire to, going forward, advance its cultural and charitable missions, and how being freed from the burden of the building might make that possible. So after those initial conversations, we proactively continued to discuss the club's desires on multiple occasions throughout the summer and into the fall of 2020. In October of 2020, we entered into a written agreement with the club that includes the following that we have done and will be doing. One is to make a payment to the club to help settle their debts and move forward with its cultural and charitable missions, which is so important to the club. Another is to provide advanced previews of the plans for the site, which we had done this fall and winter. And importantly, something that we've committed to doing with them is to involve the club in an ongoing discussion of how the new development that we're presenting today can recognize and honor Club Azteca's history and honor Club Azteca's role in the neighborhood and its commitment to sharing and showcasing Mexican-American art and culture and their fight for social justice. And part of that agreement with the land bank and with Club Azteca, we also assume the burden of the outstanding tax liens. So throughout this process, since late spring 2020, we've continued to engage with the club to figure out the most appropriate way to honor the club's history. That's an ongoing conversation, and how to honor how to advance the club's legacy going forward as well. And we are excited as a group to support the club's charitable and cultural missions, and to continue to run a community-driven process as we go through this development. Before I pass it along to Adam Rosen, who's going to share some additional thoughts, I do want to include a statement from Club Azteca. Again, we don't speak for Club Azteca. What I shared is based on our conversations. The following statement are the words of Club Azteca. Azteca Club is not opposed to the demolition of the building at 5602 Detroit Avenue. The club has been working for many months with the developer Bond Street on ways to recognize and honor the club's history and legacy in the Detroit Shoreway neighborhood. Working with Bond Street has provided the club with an opportunity to move on from the challenges of the building and to be able to focus on its mission of social justice and supporting and promoting Mexican-American arts and culture. That's the end of their statement. So with that, I'll pass it on to Adam Rosen to add some additional thoughts and detail. Thank you.
Thanks, Justin. Again, my name's Adam Rosen. I am the attorney for the Bond Street Group. We've been engaged with Bond Street over the course of the last year during all of the public engagement process that Justin so eloquently described. I also have some history, given that I was the economic development director for Detroit Shoreway and worked with the club in my capacity there. And so I speak to you today knowing some of this history, and I'm sure that representatives from the community will also share some of that. But I'm here to talk about briefly what the Landmarks Commission is charged with evaluating when it comes to demolition in the Landmarks District, and the standards that are outlined in the City of Cleveland ordinances when issuing that certificate of appropriateness. And if the commission finds that demolition that is proposed today is not going to adversely affect any significant historical or aesthetic feature of the property and is appropriate and consistent with the purposes of the chapter, then the commission shall issue that certificate of appropriateness. Now, Don Pettit already laid out that there will be no vote today. However, we are hearing testimony, and so I find it necessary to outline this because we've heard now that the club has made significant contributions, historical contributions, to the city of Cleveland, to the Mexican-American community, to the Latino community. There's no doubt about that. The significance of the building, however, is what we're talking about today. And as some of the images that you saw show, and the challenges that this building faces, there is an argument that can be made that the building is obsolete and not economically viable given its present physical condition, having sat vacant and unmaintained for quite some time. The building has a few architectural features that are worth preserving. However, I'll let you all discuss that, I'm sure, in a moment. And the building's facade, lacks that contribution to the character of the block in terms of, what the architectural nature of this area represents. And the building can be viewed as in disrepair and in need of significant investment just to become code compliant. And as you'll hear shortly, and Justin alluded to after touring the building and discussing the proposed development earlier this month, the local historic design review voted unanimously to recommend approval of the demolition of this property. I think that's all I'll say in regards to the demolition. Certainly we'll have more to say about the project and other aspects of it, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, you're proposing to remove all structures from the property, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And which is the two, this Club Azteca and the Vietnamese Market and Addition.
That's
Okay.
correct.
All right. Do we want to hear the history of the property next, and then jump into the concept of that would be replacing these two buildings? So, Carl, I don't know if you have history for us on this property.
I have a little bit. Could we skip to the site visit? Slides, please. Both, from what I could find, of these buildings are built in 1901 or 1903. There are a lot of confusing records at this time, but they do both appear on the 1903 Sanborn map. They just happen to have the old addresses in the 700 block, because in 1906, that's when all the addresses were changed to the current. The Club Azteca building had a new concrete block wall installed in 1942, and a new foundation placed in that year as well. The club room had repairs in 1956, and there appeared to be some damage in 1974 from a fire. The current facade was placed, it appears, in 1971, so it has hit that 50-year mark as a contributing alteration. If you want to, please scroll through, Maurice, just slowly. I think we're going to see the Vietnamese market first. Next. And here's the rear of the property. You can see it's mostly vacant land. Next, please. So interior has been altered. This building was constructed in 1903 for Jacob B. Perkins, and the addition, the permit was pulled in June of 1979. So that tracks. It was used for general maintenance and used car storage, and it was the interior of the store was remodeled in 1978. There was another building that stood in between the two, but that was raised in 1990. And then Club Azteca, I believe there are other people who can probably speak to the history of this organization better than I can, but the findings from there that it is in disrepair. This is the extended basement that was probably in 1942, because it only goes a certain length. And then the only historic photo I could find, go back, that one was from the newspaper, when they first obtained, you can kind of see what the storefront used to look like before the renovations. But it was a normal storefront. I think there was a pet store or a feed store in there for the early part. And there may have been a barber shop in that location for 20 odd years in the early history of its existence. Thank you.
You're muted, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for switching up your presentations just so that we can understand the extent of the demolition and the history first. If you'd like to now tell us about your proposal to for this site based on
Sure.
your concept, I should say, for this site.
Okay, great. I'm happy to do that. So as I touched on earlier, a lot of the genesis of this conceptual design was rooted in those early conversations with local stakeholders. Among the goals of the neighborhood were, again, to continue the extension of Gordon Square, the Gordon Square Arts District. If we could jump one slide ahead, please, to the site plan. To create an active street front with vibrant commercial space and street level retail, to add residential density to Detroit that doesn't exist today, to fill in some of these missing teeth along particularly this block of Detroit Avenue, and also pragmatically to minimize surface parking and curb cuts along Detroit, and more broadly have a vision and a plan for parking for this project. And as you'll see, as we go through the plans, we put all the parking below grade in a secured structure. Also critical to those local stakeholders as we spoke to them was respecting the neighboring properties and their occupants, engaging the public, respecting the context of the area, building something that's going to last. The word that was used in those earlier conversations that we heard was substantial. In addition, we also discussed general massing and scale. And we determined that to meet those goals of the neighborhood, of the city, this site makes sense as a mid-rise, higher density project because of some of the inherent characteristics of the site, including that it's blocked through from Detroit to Tillman, that we have 150 feet of frontage on a main commercial and transportation corridor, and that we're adjacent to a mid-rise building in the Temple and Bradley building. And with those goals discussed as we talked about, particularly the goal of creating an active commercial street front with minimal surface parking, adding density, the density that we're proposing today and the scale proposed is really a prerequisite for the project feasibility to be able to achieve the goals that are so important that we heard from the neighborhood and from the city. And again, we've been really deliberate about the process of this design, making sure that throughout our design iterations, we were keeping in the loop and having ongoing discussions with local stakeholders, with DSCDO, with city planning, to confirm that what we were doing was in line with their goals and in line with what the city and the neighborhood wanted to see for this site. And the design has changed a lot through those conversations. And the design of this project really really starts in the site plan for us. But to discuss the design, the massing, the site plan, and the flow through the project and the concept around the vision, I'm going to pass it over to Scott Dimmitt from Dimmitt Architects.
Thanks, Justin, and Madam Chair and members of the Commission. I will, on behalf of the design team, kind of lead you through our presentation. Can we go back one slide, please? So one of the advantages of this site is the gentle slope from Detroit down to Tillman. It drops 8 feet, and as Justin pointed out, that allows us to establish sort of a lower level parking level that basically doesn't end up with a garage that we have to shield. It is exposed at the Tillman side. It's about 3 feet below Tillman, so you can see a ramp at the upper left corner. That is the main access to parking. In general, we're leaving a 24-foot setback from our neighbors to the west, the Templin Bradley Lofts building. And from a practicality standpoint, we also have a 5-foot setback on the east side of the property. But we're able to yield 102 parking spaces in the double loaded decks below. And so we're not ending up with a surface parking lot that anyone has to look at or a big ugly garage. Can we go forward one slide? Just to recap what Justin explained, it's an active ground floor. The upper level of the apartments is sort of arranged in a courtyard fashion, kind of a C, with the open side again, providing light and view considerations to the Templin Bradley Lofts. It also provides a nice courtyard at the Detroit level that will be a somewhat active public pass-through space, at least during daytime hours. The idea is that you would enter at the southwest corner where the yellow mass is and the red arrows, and you pass into a courtyard. We received a lot of sort of helpful suggestions in our local design review in terms of how to animate and work with the history of the existing buildings, potentially public art in that space. That's a work in progress that we're still exploring. The development team has really invested a lot of time in terms of thinking of how to get a proper mix of ground floor tenant spaces, and that's still evolving. But currently there's a co-working space down at the southwest corner, that yellow area. There's a restaurant type space of about 2,300 square feet at the southeast corner in light blue. A wellness center, which is kind of at the northeast side, and then there's 2 residences elevated above Tillman with a group classes space kind of bordering the north side of the courtyard. The gray area in the middle is the access, so the lobby would be accessed off the courtyard and off of Detroit, and we have support spaces for the apartments there. Next slide, please. And I'll try to be brief, but this sort of shows the courtyard typical configuration of the building on the upper floors. At the second level, there's also an extension of the lower level co-working space and a public outdoor rooftop terrace at that southwest corner. You can see we're sort of pulling back the massing to align with the front facade of Templin Bradley Lofts. And we're also kind of shifting both the north and south facades and breaking down the scale so that they're a little bit closer to the existing fabric. The general approach is to be a little bit more contemporary compatible in terms of how the building design relates with our context and historical neighbors. Next slide, please. So this is our typical level 3 through 5. There's 20 apartments on each floor. They're primarily 1-bedroom apartments. There's 4 studios per floor and 1 2-bedroom apartment. Next slide, please. And then as we go higher in the building, in the interest of sort of reducing the impact of the massing, we're sort of pulling back floors. So you can see that there's 2 on the Detroit side, there's 2 recessed patios where we've pulled back the volume of the building, and 1 on Tillman also. And at the top floor, our 7th level, next slide, please. We're pulling back even further. There'll be 7 penthouse residences that have sizable exterior terraces, and so the facades of those levels will be pulled back from the public frontage 10 to 15 feet in some locations. There's also a community room, and the entire southeastern corner is pulled back to provide a outdoor pool that is accessed off of our community room. Next slide, please. So again, this kind of ties back to the preliminary discussions that Justin and his team have had, but we were asked to really try to use materials that are found prevalent in the neighborhood. So you're going to see these sort of smaller broken down masses clad in a combination of brick and a more traditional sort of French door punched opening expression. It's a little bit, it's a modern version of that. So these are extruded aluminum glass windows. The building is a concrete PT structure, so we're able to keep our floor-to-floor heights a little bit lower than we would if we were doing this out of wood. And you can see on the front facades sort of the way that we've pushed back the western portion to align with Templin Bradlin lofts. There's one-story extensions for the commercial pieces that come out and hold the street line, and we're seeing those as very active commercial spaces.
And there's a couple things I want to add onto what Scott's saying. One is related to the uses, to the ground floor uses in these non-residential spaces. Part of our vision for this project is really that it's community focused and community centric. A lot of this is a combination of our vision as a group, but also what we've heard from the community, from the local stakeholders, and that has been confirmed in through our public engagement website, is that there's a need in this neighborhood for smaller co-working spaces, smaller private offices. There's a need for a gym. And so we've taken the approach of instead of having amenities like a gym or a pool or a rooftop lounge that's accessible only to the residents, we've created uses that are going to be accessible to the public. So through memberships, the public can access the gym, the co-working space, and the pool. So that's an important part of how we're seeing the public engage with this project, which goes into the site plan as well. As we're looking from this view, stepping back, the mass allows for this staircase that leads to a public elevated courtyard along Detroit, and opening up the interior courtyard as well as a pass-through of the site from Detroit to Tillman.
I think if you see the eastern half of the building is clad in a brick that's a little bit warmer tone, and that's picking up on the existing brick of the Minan restaurant, and also the brick that was used in the Spice Kitchen commissary that we were lucky enough to help renovate over the last few years. The secondary brick is a light gray buff, and the third brick is a sort of a darker manganese iron spot brick. Next slide, please. This is showing that sort of stepped massing on the Tillman frontage. You can see the garage is really only exposed at the sort of the darker brick facade that's running along the sidewalk there. The cut-through stair that takes us up to the courtyard is seen in the center. And then the top level illustrates where the penthouses are. So it's pulled back rather significantly to the point that you probably won't even be able to see that from if you're actually standing on Tillman. Next slide, please. This is a view a little bit further east on Tillman with the Spice Commissary in the foreground, illustrating the eastern facade and sort of the predominant expression of this sort of modern French doors with transoms above. You can see the gray level at the top is the penthouse, which is pulled back 10 feet at that point. Next slide, please. And then these are a couple of requested views that sort of show the building in context with the current buildings surrounding it. It sort of shows that pullback that we were intending to align with Templin Bradlin to the west, and the overall size and scale. Next slide, please. This one I think is effective in sort of illustrating that scale and the material fit with the neighbors. Next slide, please. And these are just our exterior color elevations. It's a primarily brick building. We have some metal lighter cladding at the top penthouse level, but in general, it's an all brick project. So to the substantiality that Justin referred to, we find that it's a great material to use. It has history and context in the neighborhood, and it's unusual to have the ability to do an entire brick building. So we think that's special. I think we can just thumb through these elevation studies. The top of the building is 90 feet above the Detroit frontage. The sort of setback level of the railings is at 73 feet. This is the side elevation looking east. This is the side elevation facing west, showing the courtyard. Next slide, please. Sections through the courtyard with the gray brick. Next slide. And then this is the suggested material palette. It's 3 tones of brick in a Norman pattern, so they're a little bit longer and a little bit more horizontal. And the typical window opening that I alluded to is it's a sort of a French door arrangement with a beautiful shadow box return on the bricks to give it a little bit more of a sort of an industrial flavor. We're showing hardwareless glass rails, so basically just a straight sheet of glass for our Juliet balcony features. So these are all operable. And then the center slide shows the metal cladding that would happen at the penthouse level. So I think that's the presentation. Oh, I'm sorry. These are some line elevations illustrating the straight context in terms of the size of the building compared to its neighbors.
Excellent, thank you. Move on to any additional feedback from city departmental staff. Feedback from the local design review committee.
Madam Chair, I was asked to report on the design review committee's action. This did go to the Gordon Square Historic District Design Review Committee. They reviewed the new construction conceptually. They did take action to recommend the demolition of the 2 buildings.
Okay, thank you.
And Madam Chair, this is Adam Davenport, City Planner. Sorry, I'm on the phone right now. Feedback initially, we've had a lot of conversations with the developer themselves. We've been involved with conversations with Detroit Shoreway and Councilmember Spencer as well. And I personally attended the demo meeting and the local neighborhood meeting for the Tillman Avenue residents. I mean, from a city planning perspective, we think this is a very great project. It's we've talked a long time about the extension of the Gordon Square Arts District itself, furthering itself kind of eastward towards 54th Street, as the presentation kind of alluded to. It's also, from our perspective, great urbanism. It obviously buries a significant amount of parking while managing some capacity there, and also fronts the street and locates itself, in the district, kind of respectively for multiple uses that we would want to see from any new construction that would be proposed on the project or on the site itself. And then speaking towards the demolitions being there or being proposed today, I attended the demo visit. Personally, as a resident of the neighborhood for as long as I can remember, that Club Azteca building has been vacant. So I think the historical nature of the club and of the building itself should somehow be, conceptually or brought into the project itself. But I think we need to bring new use and kind of vibrant active space back to the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have the councilman present today?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Chairwoman.
And did you want to say anything on behalf of the project?
I do. I did come prepared to make some remarks today. Thank you so much. So I am making comments today representing a community, many of whose members, including myself, are experiencing a sense of loss. Not only would Club Azteca need to be demolished to make way for this project, but the Vietnamese market building would be demolished as well. Fortunately, Min On Restaurant would not be demolished. I have lived in Ward 15 for nearly 13 years, and although many have noted Club Azteca has been not activated and vacant for most of that time, these buildings are markers of immigrant communities who built, invested in, and sacrificed for this community. We are losing some of that history when we lose these buildings. I do think I can speak for all assembled here today, including the developers, that I do believe there is a shared goal from the council office, from the development organization on the developer side, and certainly on the community side. I do believe there is genuine intent and desire to make sure that the legacy of Club Azteca's impact on Detroit Shoreway and Cleveland is recognized and preserved. This is a tough conversation, and it will be a tough decision ultimately for Landmarks Commission, but I am grateful that this conversation is happening. As humans, we are always better when we participate in difficult conversations, and I absolutely believe we will ultimately have a better outcome because we're in this difficult conversation together. I wanted to share a few comments about how we got here today. We are here in part because of market forces. As the developers noted, the Lee family, longtime owners of the Vietnam market building, had listed their property for sale. They are ready to divest themselves of the property, sell it, and move on with the next chapter of their lives. Regarding Club Azteca, my predecessor on Cleveland City Council worked with club members over a period of many years. And more recently, my colleagues at Detroit Shoreway Community Development Organization have been in touch with the Club Azteca leadership over a period of many months. I do want to thank Detroit Shoreway staff for deeply engaging with club representatives. It has been our understanding that the club has had various financial challenges and debts, and as stated, this property would have faced share of sale but for the proposed acquisition by this developer. Club Azteca leadership did indicate to Detroit Shoreway staff that the building itself did not need to be preserved in order to preserve the club's legacy. I think it's important that Club Azteca membership is included in a conversation about how they would like to see the legacy be preserved. That said, as council member, I ultimately had a blind spot during this process insofar as not seeing the broader significance of the building for Cleveland's Mexican American and Latinx community beyond the immediate membership of Club Azteca. I am pleased that Landmarks Commission is not taking a vote today. I think additional time will be valuable, so a meeting can be convened so that various options and alternatives can be more deeply explored to preserve the legacy of Club Azteca. I would love to see a facilitated dialogue between the preservation advocates and Club Azteca members. I look forward to hearing the perspective of the developers on the impact of a delay to allow time for this discussion. I would also refer Landmarks Commission members to the Cleveland.com article released this morning by journalist Eric Heisig. I think it did represent a wide array of views and add some additional context that could be helpful. Ultimately, I am a pragmatist, and I am concerned about the dollars that would be needed to preserve, stabilize, and adaptively reuse the Club Azteca building. I look forward to supporting the process in whatever way the community wishes me to, and I hope these comments provide context for today's proceedings. I apologize because I didn't actually introduce myself. The chairwoman called on me and I didn't give my name. So I'm Jenny Spencer, and I am council member for Cleveland City Council, Ward 15. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have a member of the Restoration Society with us today? I thought I saw that, or I might have misseen. Don, is that correct? Or
Well, you have Justin and Margaret with their hands raised.
I was expecting Margaret today.
Yes, she has her hand raised.
Okay, then we'll move on to public or neighborhood feedback. We'd ask everyone to be respectful of the process and limit their comments to 2 minutes or less so that we can provide time for everyone to give feedback. So we'll go with, you say Margaret was the first with her hand up. Maurice, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
Margaret was the first to have the hand up.
I think it was Justin, then Margaret, then Jessica.
Okay.
And now Selena as well.
Please go ahead, Justin.
Sure. So I just wanted to thank Councilwoman Spencer for her comments. She did ask that we, in those comments, that to get our thoughts on the delay, to get our thoughts on kind of the conversation. You know, the development time schedule is you know, obviously not the Landmarks Commission main concern. We do believe that having a vote today would allow us to continue the conversation with local stakeholders, with Club Azteca, with those who I believe we're going to hear from shortly. I think it's worth mentioning that we have reached out to that group to try to facilitate a conversation, and we're hoping that they do take us up on that and meet with us, because we think it's important that the public's voices are heard, particularly when they're so closely tied to the history of a property. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to be clear, since this is a concept plan only review, we will not be taking action on either the demolition or approving the design. So just for clarity there. But we will provide feedback, obviously, based on what you've presented and what we hear. We'll move on to Ms. Lons, Margaret Lons, comments.
Hi, everyone. Margaret Land with the Cleveland Restoration Society. And I am here to simply state for the record that the Cleveland Restoration Society supports the request of the Mexican American community to have more time to explore ways to preserve the cultural heritage of this site. There are a lack of recognized historic sites for Mexican Americans and Latinos in Cleveland, making this site all the more important. The Cleveland Restoration Society suggests that the developer should include professional documentation of the property and make every effort to salvage materials related to the cultural heritage of the site for potential reuse, either by the Mexican American community or by the developer. We believe that the developer could leverage the story of Mexican Americans in Cleveland in this project. We've seen previous examples of adapted structures that incorporate the history of the building through images and items that are placed in the public spaces as part of its new use. And we believe that there's an opportunity here for the Mexican American community to play a continuing role in this project. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Ms. Wobig is next.
My name is Jessica Wobig, and I'm a Secretary of the Interior Qualified Architectural Historian who specializes in Section 106 compliance and assisting local communities with preserving their heritage. I was called to action regarding the potential loss of Club Azteca, and was largely concerned when I recognized that there's neither a Mexican American context to properly evaluate and assess if an adverse effect will occur on record within Cleveland, the state of Ohio, or even at a national level. There's neither a historic context to assess how the broader Latin or Latinx community would be affected through the removal and ongoing change within their community. And in order to properly assess if an adverse effect occurs, we must first look at the resource itself. In this case, we have a historic building, which, while it may have structural concerns, retains enough feeling of integrity of feeling, setting, its association within the Mexican American community here in Cleveland remains intact, as well as this relationship to the broader Gordon Square district. And I would strongly encourage further consideration to be taken into account into potentially amending the National Register district to include this area and increase the prevalence under criterion A of the Mexican American and Latinx community within that registration, and additionally at a local landmark level. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe, and I would just encourage everyone, if you have spoken, if you raised your hand and are done speaking, please lower your hand so that we can maintain understanding of who still would like to speak. We'll move on to Ms. Pagan.
Yes, Pagan, Selena Pagan.
Oh, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Selena Pagan, and I am speaking to you today as the president of the Young Latino Network, and as a Cleveland native, born and raised, an exhausted Cleveland native at this point. I'm a part of a coalition of stakeholders that is seeking to preserve the Club Azteca building, and that coalition is made up of Hola, Ohio, the Comité Mexicano de Cleveland, Avanzamos Unidos, and some other individuals who are a part of this group, as Bellison, who has her hands raised and will speak next. What is happening with Club Azteca is not new to communities like mine and ours. The place that has historical significance to us is often disregarded in these spaces. And a lot of this sector and in this work, which was founded upon a oppressive foundation of our people, does not preserve and honor the history. And I know that we are in a tough situation, and I think that coming together and having these hard conversations like Councilwoman Spencer mentioned is important. But I am also a little disappointed because I see a lot of my colleagues in this space that have not, I don't think have done enough with regards to racial equity and understanding the communities, right? And when you talk about community, how are you defining community? Because when we talk about the structure of the Latinx community, the Latino, Latina, Hispanic community, what does that mean, right? And I think that we need, each other in this process. I appreciate that folks feel like they gave this group an out, right? Because it was in a situation where it could have been in sheriff's sale. But the reality is, oftentimes, Latinx or marginalized groups and social groups and communities often don't have the resources to maintain these kind of projects. And when you look at Cleveland as a whole, there are not many Latinx groups that actually own the buildings that they operate in. And what does that mean for community? And so we have folks who have been around for generations. We have immigrants that are recently coming to this city. We have folks who are transplants from other major cities in the United States. And to quote one of my good friends, Gabby Mireles, she's a local queer tailor in Chicago transplant. And when she heard about this proposed demolition and shared her feelings, she said, passing by this building has always made me feel less alone in Cleveland. As a Mexican American in Ohio, like there had to be more of us somewhere. It feels like a punch in the gut to try and take away one piece of Mexicanismo in this whole city. And so I'm really just requesting time. We need time. This building means so much more to us. And this process means so much more to a community that needs to heal from the trauma that they have experienced. And so that I hope that together we can do a little better in this process. And, at this point, I would just like to request that we hold off on voting for a demolition. I know it's not on this agenda today, but it could be on the next one or the next one, and we need time. And when we talk about community engagement, what does that really mean for a community like ours, not based upon what our textbooks have showed us? And so I think we need to just do a little better. I think that there's a lot of conversation to be had. I hope that, I hope that we can come up with something together. I will say that we are ready to have conversations about just our community in general in this process, and how even the Landmark Commission operates in these spaces, and the diversity and who's at the table and who's making, who's making the decisions in these spaces. So we just, a lot of this it's been a hard week for us in our community. So I hope that you give us a little grace, and we all give ourselves a little grace in this process. But I think I would like to pass it over to Bella, if you don't mind.
Yes, we'll move on to Miss Bella. Bella Sin.
Hello, my name is Bella Sin, they, them pronouns. I am with Cleveland Burlesque LLC. We are the longest running burlesque show in Cleveland in the Ohio Burlesque Festival, which is the largest cultural, multi-dynamic festival that we have in Northeast Ohio, clocking it at 10 years. I'm also here as a Mexican immigrant. I was born and raised in Juarez, Chihuahua, Mexico. I am a background of Mexica and Raramuri descent. And I'm here to speak on a little bit of history of La Azteca. The mindful idea that any of these developers have any point and social endeavors in anybody that was involved in the project, not once did we hear the Mexican hear about what this is significant to us. Immigrant stories are constantly erased, and this is part of the gentrification process. We have not at all, and I speak with passion when I speak to this, we have not at all given an opportunity to go ahead and try to save this building. Regardless of the amount of time it's been occupied or not, the history does not leave it. The Felix Delgado, which I happen to share a last name with, came here to the United States from La Bocita, Mexico. And this was his immigrant dream. It's easy to go ahead and find the spots in history and how this area was actually once a vibrant immigrant community that was shocked and destroyed by Operation Wetback in the 1950s and 40s. Mexican immigrants are the second largest demographic of Spanish speakers in Cleveland, and it's growing exponentially in areas like Gordon Square, Ohio City, Lakewood, and in multiple other rural areas in Ohio. We've seen the devastation of immigration raids in Norwalk, in Columbus, and in our local communities, which I have acted in with members of my community as immigration aides and fast response teams to assist them. Often when we're glossing over history, we're looking at making revisionist history versus possible history. I'm disappointed in the developers that did not think to reach out to el Comité Mexicano and other Latinx specific 501c3 nonprofits and organizations like the Young Latino Network to go ahead and think about how this is pertinent to us, how you're actually erasing us. And it makes me incredibly frustrated that this history I was able to find within a few days. And
could we ask everyone who's not presenting or speaking to please put their phones on mute or in computers?
It's frustrating to me that I was able to find so much history on this place, and I'm heading today to find more pictures on the Azteca. I have people from all over the country that are fellow historians, not just in burlesque, but in Mexican studies, finding pictures, finding spots, how this site is not only relevant to Cleveland, but it's relevant to the whole Mexican community from Chicago all the way to Texas. Immigrant stories continue to be erased, and the demolition of this building is going to continue the erasure of my people, of my traditions. Like Selena and Gabby said, I felt less alone walking by the Azteca. Often did I park and try to see what happened in the Azteca. I feel bad because at the point that we are in a community, we can't have a cultural center for ourselves. There is cultural events that happen only like seconds away from it, like the Dia de los Muertos march in the Gordon district, and a part of a very vibrant Mexican community can be seen there. So what I ask for Madam Chairman and everybody in this call is time. I move towards the idea of preserving history and preserving buildings. preserving buildings that can be more to a community of Mexicans that you can never think. With the last 4 years of rampant xenophobia, immigration rates, and erasure of our people, the constant attack and muted ideas that we don't have a voice continue to essentially frustrate us. We're tired. We are tired of not being heard. I understand you spoke to the Club Azteca owners, and as I'm happy that those feelings are being accounted for, I'm disappointed that we weren't accounted for. That would have been a very easy thing to do, to contact us and be like, hey, listen, this building, anybody want to take over the burden? And a lot of us, with the amazing community engagement we all carry in every single organization in this Cleveland, and it's a community of Mexicans and Latinos, could have very easily purchased the building and renovated it and turned it into a Mexican hall that it used to be, that it was served to a community museum for immigrant history. These are two immigrant businesses. I understand that you're trying to bring vibrancy to the community, but what is our history to you when you're not losing it and you're gaining from gentrification, when I'm losing a whole chapter of my immigrant story? That is all.
Thank you. I believe we do not have any additional hands raised. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Trevisano.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Chairwoman Trott. My name is Jessica Trevisano. I'm Economic Development Director for Detroit Shoreway Community Development Organization, and just wanted to pop on to say that our organization is supportive of the request for some additional time.
Thank you. I think we're at the point that we are going to move on to commission's questions or comments. So who would like to start with questions or comments from the commission?
I would like to say something.
Go ahead, Giancarlo.
First, I have some questions. I'm not sure who actually owns the Azteca Club building. Do we know?
It's owned today by the land bank. We're under contract with them to acquire it next month.
Okay. And it was in the land bank because of unpaid taxes or other reasons? Do you know?
Justin, I can answer if you'd like. The land bank was able to obtain title to the property because the nonprofit owner, Azteca Club Incorporated, an Ohio nonprofit corporation, donated the property to the land bank in advance of before an action could take place through share of sale due to the foreclosure judgment that was entered by Cuyahoga County.
There were no conditions to this donation. It was just simply donated and that's it?
No, it was part of an agreement between the club and my client Bond Street, along in conjunction with conversations with the local community stakeholders such as Detroit Shoreway, to give comfort to the land bank that the project would be developed in accordance with community feedback.
So Bond Street was involved in the process of transferring the property from the Azteca Club to the land bank?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. And then I have some other questions. One to the Selena Pagan, which we've been talking about. You know, why wasn't more done before it reached the stage where it had to be given up?
I'm sorry, you cut out there. Can you repeat that?
I'm asking why wasn't more on your part done? What happened that it reached that point where the building had to be given up?
Yeah, so I represent an organization that is advocates on behalf of the Latinx community as a whole. And so we are coming in through a different lens. I think that there are, when you look at the complexity of communities like ours, we're working intergenerationally, right? Across different cultures, across different communities. And so that social and cultural awareness piece is something that we're still discussing as a community as a whole. I think that, you know, the developers got a quote from the folks leading Club Azteca, not opposing this demolition. But for us, it's goes beyond that. It goes beyond just not demolishing this building. It's more of the history of our community as a whole and how this one piece is such an important part of our puzzle, of our whole picture as a community. And so we recently learned about all these backdoor whatever situations happening with the transfers and all of that. A lot of community members at large were not made aware of that. And so I think that part of the challenge is when you're working across communities that are not a monolith, not everyone is at the table, right? And so part of that is when you're doing this kind of organizing work, we were called to action because we see the bigger picture and the need to preserve our history as a whole community, not beyond the Mexican-American community, especially when the Mexican-American community doesn't have a large presence in Cleveland. When you talk about the Latinx community, you talk about the Puerto Rican community. And even then we, you know, it's still not, I'm sorry, I'm going on a rant. You got me. But you know, part of that is that, like, for the Mexican-American community to really be supported from the our entire community, with the Latinx community in this process. So I'm coming in as an ally.
Well, I think I slightly disagree with you. I think the Mexican community is very rich in Cleveland and highly respected and involved in so many other things. But I'm questioning, like, how do you associate the cultural history of the Mexican community and the arts element of the act to this particular building, which you have not been using for a number of years?
Yeah, it wasn't. Yes, absolutely. So I don't know if I said that the Mexican American community was not rich here in Cleveland, because it obviously is. There are different social groups, right? When you look at the migration patterns of Mexican Americans coming to Northeast Ohio, like the migration patterns also correlate with the social groups and the social clusters that are coming into, that form organically in our communities. And so, no, we were not a part of, because we're coming from a different generation. We have our Young Latino Network members whose parents were involved, who want to save the club, but we're talking about a different generation of folks coming in that don't have the resources to just, you know, put money up into these kind of spaces for whatever reason, right? Because now you're talking about generational wealth building in these pieces, right? When you talk about generational wealth building in communities like ours, we know what those inequities and where we stand, or what is currently happening and what positions we're in, and that we're still trying to overcome a lot of these systems that we're a part of to build that generational wealth that at the time when this club was falling through and things were getting behind wasn't there. And that's important to acknowledge.
Okay, well, let's assume that the demolition doesn't proceed. What would be the plan of Club Azteca to do something more productive and more useful and more functional in this building?
Yeah, absolutely. We're not ready for that conversation. We need time. We just found out a week ago, and that's why we're asking to hold off, because we know that as a community we can do it. We know that we have some power and that there is a possibility, but we need time, and time isn't what we have right now to organize and come together. But we are already activating and mobilizing community, which is why we're here today, which is why we did the press release yesterday.
I understand that, but I'm, you know, realistically, how much time would you need to get this matter straightened out? If it could be straightened out, like 6 months or 4 months, a year, 10 years?
No, yeah. So I would love 10 years, but we wouldn't. We want to see this building, you know, come back to be restored or revitalized, and to honor and have it as a beacon for our communities, right? Beyond what it stood for, and to grow from that and learn from what it was is really important for us in order to be able to heal and create the space for our community as a whole. I would say for right now, our biggest, you know, our timeline would love to see the demolition postponed until May. But I know developers have their own timelines and their own contracts and their own, you know, whatever they need to do to get this up and running. But for right now, our group is really adamant about just postponing the demolition until at least May, so that we can organize and see what resources can become available to us and that we can go after to see how we can do something with this space. So that's kind of what we have now. We don't have anything concrete when you're talking about 5 different groups of organizations coming together within a less than a week to do this work.
Okay, I have one more question for you, please. Is this Club Azteca actually meeting somewhere now, since it's not meeting in this building? Is it still a functioning organization?
I am not in a position to answer that. Veronica Dahlberg on our committee would probably know best, or the Comité Mexicano. Bella, I'm not sure. Are you familiar with, I know that they still keep in touch, and I saw a lot of the members probably participating in other social groups, but I don't know where the members are and if they're still meeting to this day.
So Selena and Sharon, I can go ahead and answer a lot of these questions based on my historical research that I've done on the site. The club suffered a couple of racial targeted incidents through the 50s and the 40s, and the safety of the Mexican community was starting to be in question. And the large gathering spaces became dangerous for our community. And towards the 60s, 70s, and 80s, the xenophobic movements towards Mexican communities became incredibly here, at least in Cleveland, it was a very fragile thing to see a lot of Mexicans together in clusters. And that's how our communities work as Mexican immigrants. We go and build small communities upon the people that first settled there. And this is what happened with Club Azteca. The first settlers that are Mexican immigrants in Cleveland, Ohio, came here, built the Club Azteca, the store. The social club started forming, and it was like a Croatian Liberty home to speak of.
Right.
The reason that they did not have any further meetings were due to deaths in the family and financial strains to go ahead and make the community engagement more out there. Like Selena said, generational wealth was not available. I can tell you from not only an indigenous Mexican immigrant point of view, but as also somebody that's trying to build generational wealth for my family, having to go ahead and have member dues, having to go ahead and find spaces of time to go ahead and pay for these things is incredibly difficult. It's a paycheck to paycheck style idea of family. And we started talking about generational wealth later, so much later in life, because of the way that Mexican communities work. And it's very intertwined into the idea also that a lot of the generations did not teach their children Spanish, and they were forced to be white passing, or at least American enough.
I understand that, yes.
Yeah, to not fall into this. Now, just because the building hasn't been used in years doesn't mean that we wouldn't come forward and restore the building, put it as a Mexican American museum, which would be forward into something that would be a first to Cleveland. And go ahead and display the history of thousands and thousands of families that continue to put in here. I run a Latinx-based 501c3 nonprofit that is yet to debut, that focuses on the stories of Latinx burlesque legends. And we have found that they also have performed in social clubs that were like this because they weren't accepted in clubs that carried regular all-white burlesque shows, like the Roxy in Cleveland at one point of time.
Right, yeah. Well, I also, when you're talking about the Mexican community, especially here in history, we're also talking about Guatemalans and Salvadorans, I assume, right? It's not strictly a Mexican group.
This was strictly a Mexican social club. Were there other Latin minorities that mixed into it? Yes, because everyone in term is welcome. But what we need to understand about Latinx, Latino, Mexican, Hispanic identity is we're not all the same thing, and we don't come from the same demographics. But when we come here, we're labeled as Hispanic, Mexican American, Chicanos, Chicanx. It's all a very I think unexplored idea from very many people that don't know the very intertwined, complicated layers of our cultures. It's also assumed that we speak as a monolith to all, but it holds more significance to the community here as Mexican immigrants than it would and also not just that, Latino immigrants that would reunite in that area were also helped.
No, I appreciate and really understand your passion and your concerns. I think, one of the things that was mentioned, I think it was by you and Ms. Pagan, was that are there things inside the building that constitute some kind of a collection of memorabilia for this club, for the Azteca Club?
Not only what I think that I need to get ahead forward to you is the building itself. What's inside, what's outside, what's around it, what it was founded on, what the ideas, what the support that this costs to the community is of imperative need of saving. Just because the building wasn't occupied for some time doesn't mean that the need and the capacity of the building is mute. It's like talking about deciding that the Capitol Theater didn't have any legs or bones, and then somebody came in, restored it, and look what we have now. We have the second largest historic district of theaters after Broadway, and those were rotting away to nothing, and then they came in, restored, and we have a vibrant theater community thanks to that also happens to bring tons of tourists every year. I see Club Azteca like that. I see that building like that. I see that.
Thank you. Why was it given up? I think that's a very important issue. Why wasn't this passion?
It was never given up. When we're talking about understanding why the family is exhausted, think about yourself and your family owning a property for years that they can no longer afford, that they fell back on taxes on. It doesn't matter how many loans you take out. It doesn't matter how many things you can do to save it. When somebody comes with money to you that is trying to build a new place and they're telling you, hey, we're here to help you, we just want to buy the building, we sure will go ahead and grab a couple of things, restore them, put them somewhere inside. Is like, hey, here, land this landmark. It's still an opportunity for those people to be like, oh, well, I guess, okay, this is the only thing that we can do. The historical relevance of our ancestors has to do more about how this was an American dream to them, and it's standing here 100 years later. This is a testament to Mexican immigrant dreams. The building itself has never stopped being at use, even if there was no people inside of it. The quote that Gabby Morales said, I felt less alone when I passed by that building. I beg you to remember a moment in time where you felt like you didn't have anything around you and something that was inanimate moved you to feel like you were not alone. The building itself, regardless of the unison of the Club Azteca, is important to the Mexican community to preserve and to renovate to be something that serves our community. I don't think that developers could go back on their plans and maybe build around the building or renovate the building and help the Mexican community be truly part of what they're doing. The building that they're building, they may be putting the memory in a marker or whatever it be, but it's still instant in whiteness. It's still instant in gentrification. We will not have voices of Mexican immigrants and Mexican folks be heard. How many Mexicans are going to live in that building? How many are going to be employed? How many are going to be able to afford the rent in there? You tell me.
I think one of the issues that came up during this course of this conversation this morning was that the new construction is going to somehow preserve the culture and the history of Club Azteca. How will that be done? Do you know?
Listen, I think they've said that you can't answer it right now, so I'm going to take right here, and I want to keep things moving because I think, in all fairness to everyone, developer and the public that's here, I'd like to continue our conversation from the commission and really get, so that we can, start to state our opinions on this, because we're not taking a vote, it's just for concept review related to the demolition. And so I'll move on to Mr. Comments.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. I'm very encouraged today to see how many individuals have come to express their opinions, their thoughts, their initial proposed solutions. And I think it's fair to say everybody's willingness to discuss this, from council member to developers to members of the community itself. I completely understand the need for our city to grow and to develop, and I can see the perspective of the developers here. I can also very much empathize and understand the position of the community. Despite my surname, my grandmother was an immigrant from San Luis Potosi in Mexico. And as a young man, as a child and a young man, I've lived here in Cleveland for the last 12 years, but I grew up in the Youngstown area. And my family was a member of a club very, very similar to the one we are talking about here. And I grew up in that environment with individuals, first generation, who have immigrated here from Mexico, from Spain. And I understand completely the importance and the emotional attachment to having that entity, that connection to the community. Even today, when I see the children and grandchildren and cross paths with children and grandchildren of the people that my grandparents, and we went to that club every week, children and grandchildren of the people who started that club, which no longer exists. So I can understand that as well. That club doesn't exist. We still share memories and we still share the connection from our childhood and from our families and from that culture. So I'm very, very encouraged here to see so many members of the community and council hopefully working together to come to a solution that's going to address everybody's concerns. But I really would I guess being able to see this from all perspectives and having a personal connection to a group and an entity, much like Club Azteca, growing up, I do understand and can empathize with the concerns and the emotional attachment and the importance of continuing to have that here in our community. So again, I just want to state my own personal thoughts about this, but I would really am encouraged by I think everybody who is here today willing to talk and willing to discuss about the best way that we can move forward with this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Bailey, do you have questions or comments?
Yes. Yes, I also agree with the last comment that those involved in the project, the developer, as well as the attendants that just recently made their comments, to work together on how to make this project successful. But I do have some questions for the developer. One question for the Vietnamese building, who owns that now? That the Vietnamese supermarket, who owns that now?
That's owned by.
Pardon me?
That's owned by the operator of.
Ms. Bailey, please put your mic on mute. Ms. Bailey, could you put your mic on mute while he answers? Thank you. Go ahead. Sorry, Justin.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for the question. The market building and the parcels that surround it, so 6 out of the 7 parcels, are owned currently by the family that operates the market and then lives above it. So they're the sellers of the property.
Maurice, could you go to the site plan? First, I want to see the site plan that shows other building around it, and then the site plan, the next site plan, the proposed one that zooms into it. Existing, sorry, not the new, not the proposed one. Could someone tell me where the club hall building and where the Vietnam market supermarket, where is it at on this site?
Sure. So the furthest southwest building, that's the Club Azteca building. The lot line for that property extends to the north to where the grass yard meets the paving. And that line kind of continues across to the middle of the block. The remaining 6 parcels are owned by the market. The market building is the volume that kind of meets the sidewalk. The addition, which is the warehouse, extends north to that property line as well.
Okay. Maurice, do you have any air view showing any buildings around the 2 existing buildings? Because I'm looking, my next question related to the height of the proposed one that's being submitted. If you don't have anything, don't worry about it, because I'm looking
That's a question for the developers. I have no idea what's in the presentation.
Oh, okay.
There's a couple aerial images with the rendering imposed on the site further down in the presentation. I'll give a page number for you. Pages 14, 15. Here you go. This one.
Okay. That's great. Yeah, I like this. This is perfect.
And the following slide as well.
All right. And then go to the last 3D drawing that's showing the elevation, the one that you ended at. And then I have my comments on that.
You're looking for the Detroit Avenue Street View rendering?
Yeah, with the front, the 2 low ones,
Sure.
and then it shows, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, okay. Okay, these are my comments I want to make. And I'm listening to what everyone was saying, and I don't know, I agree that the parties need to go back to the table and just figure out how to address this. It may that the building may need to, the hall, the club may need to maintain or stay, and the development may need to work around it, keeping the club and just develop around it. But the reason why I'm looking at this design is because I don't see any reference to the hall, meaning when I was looking at the existing, I saw a lot of arches in there. I saw a lot of stucco in there. I don't see that in this proposal design that we see, especially the 2 low ones where the pedestrian can walk through. It could have been in the form of a window. It could have been in the form of a brick showing art. I don't see any reference design-wise to the existing building if it's going to get demolished. So I don't see any heritage reference to the proposal that's being shown. I do have a problem with the height. 90 feet, that's very high. Now, this is the first project that came before that I have seen that's very high. The ones that we have seen in the past have gone up to 40 feet. So I don't know, maybe this is a landmark commission to look at, or attorney on the commission, how high this building can go. It's very high, and that's the issue that I'm looking at right now. Now I see that you have some outdoor activities on the top, and it looks like you have an outdoor patio. Is that what that is, or are you creating a green space up there? Really a green roof, or is it a patio activity up there at the top?
Sure. You want me to respond to all of your questions, or just that one for now?
Why don't you respond to as many as you can,
Sure.
so that we can.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for your points. To your point, as far as the architecture or design referencing some forms of the Azteca building, the conversation as far as how the development is going to honor the legacy of Club Azteca is an ongoing conversation, and we welcome others to be a part of that. The conversations to date, as far as honoring that legacy, have been more surrounding the legacy of what the club accomplished, and less so the physical building and honoring the physical design of that building. That's been our conversation with Club Azteca, as they have separated the physical building itself from the mission of Club Azteca. As far as the outdoor space, what you can see here in the rendering, the southwest corner, this staircase leads to an elevated second floor outdoor public terrace. What you see as far as these setbacks on the sixth level are residential terraces, and then on the rooftop there's a public rooftop lounge and pool.
All right, thank you. Now, I like the color selections and the two architecture. So, but again, I'm having an issue with the height, and that's something you may have to communicate with landmarks and stuff. I don't know if it's a limit, airspace limit, but 90 feet, you need to look at that. But again, I understand you made a comment that it's an ongoing conversation on how you incorporate the heritage in your design and et cetera. So thank you for your comment on that. So I like the color selections and the windows and how you blend the design and things like that. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is either for Adam Rosen or the developer. From past projects, our normal understanding is that the land bank will not accept a donation of an asset that's a non-performing asset that could represent a significant liability to the land bank. They typically will not accept that liability, even in the form of a donation. So I wanted to know if the agreements that are in place are binding agreements, and if there was a stipulation for the land bank to agree to accept the donation, that this development would proceed and the land would be transferred to the developer. That's my first question.
Sure, I can attempt to answer that. So obviously the land bank took this knowing they were assuming some risk in this interim period between public approvals and closing of the adjacent 6 parcels and the closing from passing from the land bank to the developer. In the event that a roadblock prevented the development from going forward, that would present an issue for the land bank to then dispose of that property, and they would need to do so quickly. And so the idea here was, because of the support and the community process that Bond Street has been participating in, and a willingness to continue to participate in those conversations with the members of the club and honoring the legacy, that there was confidence in the relationships between the land bank and the local community organization and the developer to proceed on this development. I'm not sure that entirely answers your question, because we haven't exactly, played out a scenario where the building cannot be included in the project.
All right, so it was your understanding as the legal representative for the developer, and the developer's understanding that Club Azteca had standing with regard to the disposition of this property. And does Club Azteca is it still a registered club? Is it a 50c3?
Yes. Yeah. So,
and there are leadership. There is a constituted leadership that's still in place with that club.
That's right. Right. And they gathered enough authority. I mean, I think even though the building was mostly abandoned and vacant for the last several years, the club members still, were loosely affiliated and met and were able to have conversations with Bond Street and Detroit Shoreway throughout the process. And so they're hoping to continue that purpose and mission in partnership probably with several of the organizations today. I don't know to the extent that they've had conversations with any of the organizations who are opposing the demolition. And I believe they have separated out the building from their ongoing existence as a club, as a nonprofit.
Okay, and kind of an unrelated question, but addressing Adrian Bailey's concern, Commissioner Bailey's concern about the height. Will you have to get a height variance for this project, or is it within existing zoning?
Sure. Yeah. So Bond Street's going to have to receive approval through Planning Commission for the variety of zoning variances that will be required. My understanding is that'll be a site-specific Planning Commission process, and those conversations have been ongoing with Planning Commission staff and local stakeholders, and that will probably happen after Landmark's vote takes place.
All right, so my last question is, in terms of the discussions that have taken place to date, is the developer open to hearing the concerns of the broader Mexican American Latinx community with regard to how the honor and culture and history of the club could be honored in some way other than the saving of the structure itself?
Yeah, so the short answer there is absolutely. As soon as we heard of this group opposing the demolition, we reached out to offer to meet. That was earlier this week. We are hoping that those groups take us up on our offer to meet, because we would love to include them in the conversation.
All
May I say something?
That's the end of my questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, we're going to move on to Ms. Anderson next, Giancarlo, since she's had her hand up for a while.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first want to say that I was very moved by the outpouring of support and the response from the Mexican community regarding the Club Azteca building. I can see that there is a lot of emotional attachment to this property and what it means, its history. And I think it's wonderful to take the long view like that of entities in our community. I was at the site visit, and if people are not aware of this, they need to know that this building is in very poor condition. And I'm not about to say that it absolutely needs to be torn down. It possibly could be restored and renovated, but the roof's probably been leaking for years, and I'm sure there's not only rot and deterioration, but mold issues. So people need to be aware of that, those kind of concerns. But I would like to see the community allowed more time to, to research what can be done and come to a satisfactory resolution on this. I also want to say that as far as the design, I have two very major concerns. One is, and I'm going to be pulling this from the Secretary of Interior standards for new construction. One is the overall footprint and foundation. I'm going to read directly. The footprint and foundations of the new structure should be similar to those the ones in the surrounding new structure. Now, obviously, there's a lot of vacant land, and we need more built environment there. But this building pretty much takes up the entire parcel, which is enormous. And I think it's totally inconsistent with the scale and massing of the remainder of the neighborhood. I lived in Detroit Shoreway for 17 years, so I'm very familiar with the environment there. And I think this is way out of proportion to anything that can be referenced in this historic district. My other concern is the envelope, and I'm going to again read from the Secretary Standards. If you shrink wrap a building and remove everything but the shrink wrap, that is the envelope. The new construction should match the existing ones in projection, height, bulk, and relationship between height, width, etc. So again, it comes back to my point that this building is way in excess of size-wise and anything nearby in that area. So I cannot support it the way it's currently designed. I'm also concerned about the lack of off-street parking for the public. I sure am not going to be joining a gym unless I know I can park. Likewise, you got a 2,300 square foot restaurant in there. That's, eat-in dining, that's sit-down dining. Again, people are going to need to be able to know that they can access that. There's nice things about the design elements. I like all the brick. I like the way you reference the brick to some of the surrounding structures, but overall, I cannot support it for those reasons. Thank you.
Okay, since knowing where we are in our meeting to be respectful of our next applicant, I'm going to interject my comments here because I think I was actually next in the lineup. I think there's been a lot of obviously a lot of feedback given on this structure over the last week, and I don't think there's for the collective whole to digest that and respond to it. So I'll keep my comments to, that I do think this feedback needs to be taken into account heavier than it currently has to date within the ultimate design. I would recommend taking the next 30 to 60 days for the two parties to come together and discuss that to see how we can reach a respectful solution that both parties feel like they are able to move their personal opinions and agendas for this area forward, respecting the Latinx community and or this building, because I think that's what needs to be taken into account of creating a tangible plan related to this building, either transferring it to an organization or respecting the goal of what this site stands for to the Latinx community within this overall development. So I guess that's my comment one, is that because I think it is important and the community has definitely made their voice heard. Related to the architecture, I do feel that the overall development in massing is too large. The beauty of Detroit Shoreway is it's one of the more lower rise areas of the whole area. And a 7-story building, I believe, in my opinion, is too high here, especially as it fronts Tillman, which is more of your residential portion of the development. I do think a 2-3 story is really, what this neighborhood area really calls for based on reviewing its neighbors. I do appreciate the architecture. I do appreciate, as Ms. Anderson said, your reaching out to the neighboring buildings for materiality and makeup so that it fits more with the warehouse and or the adjacent brick structures. But I do think along Detroit, a smaller massing or breaking down that mass so it feels like a smaller massing may be more appropriate, like you started to with your 2 front portions of the development. So I think, to be able to support a development like this moving forward, I think the height truly and how it addresses both Detroit Avenue and Tillman. And obviously taking into account the feedback from the local community about the Club Azteca and how we can reach a respectful medium ground to meet both communities and the developers' agendas. So I think unless there is someone who has a stronger comment than that, I think since this is a concept plan review, do you feel that you've received feedback on both the architectural design and or the developments related to the community engagement?
Yeah, we appreciate everyone's feedback. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for taking the time and for everyone who came to speak on behalf of this project. And thank you to the development team and architect for hopefully listening to the overall outcry to reach and to look harder at this location. We'd like to move on then to our last applicants on the agenda for concept review. It's located at 1828 Fulton Road.
Madam Chair, before we jump into the presentation, which is also a concept plan today, I've invited Ashley Shaw from Ohio City Incorporated to make a brief presentation to us today about their new procedure for obtaining community input on major projects in Ohio City. I thought it would be helpful to the commission and to staff that we understand the new process, and also she'll also report on the feedback that they've gotten through this process about the Fulton House project.
And just to clarify before we go into that presentation, is this the first project to go through that new review process?
I'll let Ashley address that, but I believe it's the first in Ohio City. I think it might have been used in other neighborhoods prior, but I'll let Ashley give you a more definitive answer.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Shaw.
Good morning. It is actually the fourth development project that we have used Co-Urbanize for in Ohio City and Tremont. We're partnering with Tremont on this new engagement platform. If you want to go to the next slide. And the next slide. So we started using this. We've used this for a planning project in the past a couple of years ago. The online engagement platform is called Co-Urbanize. We had success with it when we used it the first time and had been looking for opportunities to incorporate it into more of our work. We found that when we used it, we were able to reach more residents. It was more accessible for residents to provide feedback on the project. And it was a really useful tool in keeping residents informed. And so when COVID started last spring, we started to see everything get shut down. We weren't having meetings. And so we revisited this tool as a way to engage with the community on large scale, both development and planning projects in the neighborhood. So we have subscribed for we're going to be using this platform for another 12 months, and we are partnering with Tremont West Development Corporation under a partnership that we have called Near West Partners. And so
that would be a great framed print.
So both large-scale development projects in Ohio City and Tremont will be using this platform. And so you can see in the slide, I took some screenshots of an example. This is a project that has already gone through the approval process. So I wanted to show you sort of something that had gone all the way through, and I didn't want to use examples from a project that was active currently when presenting on this. So you can see here the Co-Hatch project page. This is a new business that was opening in Ohio City, and went through the approval process earlier this year. And so on the page, you can have both renderings, plans, any graphics of the proposed project. We like to put existing condition images. It talks about public benefits, so you can see how many parking spaces are proposed, how many units of housing, if there's commercial space, any other benefits to the community. There's also a space for summary of the project that we ask the developers to provide. It lets the community know what they're asking for. So if they're going for a zoning variance, if they're going for landmarks, their planning commission approval, if they're seeking a liquor license. So all of this is on the homepage. It's easy to access when you have the link. Additionally, all of the PDFs and presentations as they go through the process are also accessible on that homepage so that anybody can go back and download those or reference those when they're interested. You can go to the next slide. So just some more examples, and it's kind of hard to see on the screen, but there's a timeline feature. And so when a project is posted, we can post the entire timeline for, conception or when it starts the approval process until the last step. And so the community can see when it's scheduled for design review, when it's scheduled for landmarks, if there are other meetings that they're required to go through, when they're anticipating starting construction. And so again, all of this information is available on the site that anybody can access. And then we also provide updates. So again, in trying to be as transparent as possible through these processes and making sure that the neighborhood is informed, we provide updates every time a project is going to a decision-making body like Landmarks Commission or Planning Commission. We provide a link to the meeting so that people can watch. We provide contacts so they can provide feedback to the appropriate contacts if they have feedback. There's a link to the presentation. We also provide updates following the meeting so that community members will know what happened today at today's meeting, or if there was a block club meeting that they attended, there's notes from the block club meeting and a link to the video so that people can watch it as they're able. This is really important. We found that a lot of people don't have time to sit in long meetings like this if they're working or they have kids. And so they're able to, we can put the recorded video up and they can access the videos as they're able or as they have time. Or they can get updates if they would rather just a quick brief update rather than sitting through a long meeting. You can go to the next slide. And so this platform is twofold. It's both our effort to make sure that the community is more informed and that we're hosting a more transparent process, but also that the community has more opportunities to participate in the process. So currently the way the process works right now, if you're on your block club email list, you may get updates on projects, but if you don't know your block club exists or you're not on their email, you're not receiving updates on projects that are close to you. And so this is a much easier way for people, especially if they're not involved with their block club, to stay informed and also participate. So Co-Urbanize allows us to ask questions of the community that are specific to the project. They can weigh in and share their feedback. Generally, what we've seen is that the feedback is much more constructive and productive than what we see on when people are talking about a similar project or saying the same project on social media. It's transparent so that community members can see what their peers are saying. They can interact with each other. The developer can interact and answer questions if the community is asking questions. You can go to the next slide. And so part of this is making sure that the process is accessible for more people. Not everybody can make it to a meeting at 7 p.m. in a church basement, whether you have mobility issues, whether you have kids and that's dinner time or bedtime, whether you're working late. Like there's a lot of reasons that we hear from residents that they're not able to attend block club meetings in order to participate and share their feedback. So we've tried to make it easy so that anybody can go online and share their feedback, stay informed, but we recognize that not everybody can access the internet. And so this was the main reason that we were drawn to this platform, is that they offer both text messaging options and voicemail options. So community members can text in responses to the same questions that people are responding to online. Their feedback also ends up on the site, so it's up there and visible just like all of the other community members that are responding. They can also call if they don't text. and leave a voicemail, and that voicemail is transcribed onto the site too. So there's like one catch-all, which is the co-urbanized page, where all of that feedback is collected and is visible to everybody. You can see some examples of some signs that we've put around the neighborhood when we've had a project active on co-urbanized, so we can ask questions. They're visible from the street, so it also allows us to connect with people who are impacted by a project, but may not be connected with the Block Club or Ohio City Incorporated. And then we've also added another layer to that, which is a text messaging platform that we use to communicate with our residents who aren't on the internet. Now people can text, say, text 216 to text Cohatch to 216, and they can get updates on the Cohatch project as it moves through the review process. So we've got that live now for the Fulton House project that we're going to be presenting on this morning or this afternoon. Residents can text a phone number, and then every update that's posted on the co-urbanized website, people can also get text message updates if they opt into that. I believe that's the last slide. So I'm happy to answer any questions, or we can move along to the presentation.
Does any commission member have a question about the system, or shall we move on to the presentation? Okay, why don't we move on to the presentation then? Thank you for the presentation on that, Ms. Shaw. Go ahead, Mr. Harper.
Okay, thanks for having me. Good afternoon. My name is Wes Harper with Horton Harper Architects, and I'm joined by James Asimis, the development partners on the project. And so just want to go through this conceptual package that we've put together. We have been to the Ohio City Design Review Committee for this project. And got some feedback, as well as the co-urbanized information that's been gathered over the past handful of weeks or months. So the location of the project is right at the corner of Woodbine and Fulton. West 31st Place kind of defines the western edge of the property. And then to the north, we have a mix of residential uses. Across the street, or across Fulton, we have Momocho, Johnny Mango's, a handful of other commercial uses a little further south on Fulton. Of course, to the north on we have the church, the new Dexter Place, and then a handful of other larger historical buildings, as well as Lutheran Hospital. So we're kind of existing within, the codes of commercial and residential uses, and we feel that the project we've put together here is appropriate for this stretch of Fulton Road. Next. So the site that we're discussing, of course, is here right at Fulton and Woodbine. You can see Fulton to the right. On the top larger image, Woodbine is intersecting it in the foreground, and then you can see West 31st Place in the background left hitting Woodbine. And so that's our kind of our urban edge. And within that, we have an existing one-story structure that is a mix of both retail use and warehouse use. And that is a pretty good description of its use since its construction in the earlier 1900s. It's a building. It's in a relative state of, over the years, it's had a handful of manipulations, adding the overhead door along the wood frontage, and then the filling in of storefront windows and some other areas. So right now it's all painted a singular color, and used as a warehouse use more towards West 31st Place, and the retail, which is the Ohio City Brew Stop, of course, fronting Fulton. The corner, which you see here where the SUV parked, since this was once a service station, tanks below there for holding fuel. And so that's probably the reason it's remained empty to this date. but it's used for parking right now and a dumpster, if I'm not mistaken. So you can see it's a little overgrown, could use some love, but still an excellent location and has become kind of a part of the urban fabric, of course. Next. So here we have some historical imagery of the existing structure. You can see that empty space right at the corner on the image above. The image below, you can see the gas station there, and then the storefront as it previously existed would wrap that southern face of the retail structure. And so the rhythm that you see there is something that we really paid attention to in the new proposal for that retail space fronting Fulton. Up above, back to the image up above, you can see that those storefronts were filled in at some point in probably the 70s or 80s. And so the idea in our proposal would be to reopen those up. The image to the bottom right is a view looking towards West 31st Place, where it hits Woodbine. Some of those windows have been bricked in and manipulated throughout the years. Next. So the current conditions, the top image we have here is looking south down Fulton. You can see it's a pretty eclectic mix of different materials, different colors, and so and a mix of different uses, of course, as well. Down below, you see an image of the Ohio City Brew Stop as it currently exists for the most part. The existing structure to the east is a single-family rental, and then further north is a renovated funeral home, I believe, for a residence. So, we're sensitive to the existing context, and we want to maintain that existing pedestrian experience as you're walking down Fulton. We thought that. Next. Just some additional views here, looking west down Woodbine. This becomes a little more residential than Fulton, which has a mix of businesses and residents. And then at the bottom left, we have a view north on West 31st Place. And then the image to the right, you have a view looking to the south on West 31st Place. And so, the existing building, other than that corner area, go to the perimeter of the parcel in all instances. Next. Some additional context imagery. Here we are a little further north looking south. On Fulton, we have a brick multifamily apartment to our left, and then I believe a couple duplexes further south. At the bottom left, you have a view looking further north on West 31st Place. This is, of course, much more residential, but quite dense for a single-family housing stock. Next. And so, obviously this Ohio City is extremely walkable. Different building types, a lot of different scales, a lot of different materials. And so, we want to obviously document that and design process. And so we started to notice at some of the prominent corners within the neighborhood, you have instances, larger scale buildings at those primary intersections. And we believe that Woodbine and Fulton is one of those intersections. You can see at the top left, we have, looking north on Fulton, you've got Johnny Mango's in the orange structure at the triangular corner, the petite triangle, the dry cleaner. To the image to the right, the YMCA that was turned into condominiums. At bottom left, you have St. Ignatius, of course, and then at bottom right, you have Franklin's with large masonry structures. Next. And two other prominent structures within the neighborhood are the West House at the upper right, which is a masonry structure that goes up to the property lines on the south and east. And then the West building, kind of the same configuration, meeting the sidewalk at the south, east and west and north there. So these are roughly 4.5 to 5 story structures, basically topping out at 60 feet. And so we think that, you know, these structures at some of the most prominent intersections in the neighborhood, you know, kind of define the context and were something that we wanted to respond to. Next. So the existing site plan for the structure at 1828 Fulton, as I mentioned, basically goes to the property line in all instances other than at the corner. It's obviously 1-story structure, retail, warehouse, and it's roughly 6,400 square feet. Next. And so our proposed design that we have here, the idea is to build atop this existing structure, utilizing it as kind of plinth for the design of an apartment structure that sit atop it, and basically activate this corner with both retail, residential uses, as well as some additional public outdoor space at the corner. So in looking at the structure, you know, we wanted to be sensitive to the existing context and the way that we placed this apartment addition upon the structure. And so, as I mentioned, the pedestrian experience from Fulton was critical to us. And so the idea was to set back that eastern edge of the apartment addition roughly 24 feet. And so that pushes that eastern facade even further east, or excuse me, even further west than the existing single family house to the north. We also worked hard to maintain setbacks relative to the existing footprint of the existing structure. You know, we're trying to work within the guidelines of the Secretary of the Interior, and we wanted to maintain that footprint. And so we have 5-foot and 8-foot setbacks along the northern face. And then along the Woodbine facade, we have a 3-foot setback from that primary mass as well. And then even to kind of further cement, you know, the deference of this addition relative to the existing building, we have a 3-foot setback from the green space or patio as it's labeled here. Another major component of this proposal is moving the overhead door and curb cut from Woodbine, which we see as a primary pedestrian way in the neighborhood. So that curb cut is moved to West 31st Place, a new garage door put on that facade. And what that does is allow us to add additional on-street parking. This is something that, you know, we're working with the city right now, you know, on whether or not we actually want to do the additional parking, but it's something that we've put out there as an option for the development. But that could potentially add 3 spaces, a tree lawn, and some additional plantings along the curb. And kind of just taking another look at how the on-street parking is working in this area. Woodbine at its intersection with Fulton is 30 feet. And so you have on the southern curb of Woodbine, but the northern curb currently is only a delivery zone. And so we wanted to get some on-street parking. And so here we're showing it cut in, but again, that's something we're working with the city with currently. Some of the feedback that we've gotten from the neighborhood was a concern of the balconies overlooking the backyards of the residents to the north. And so that's something that we're willing to take another look at and be collaborative with our neighbors to the north. Next. So here is a first floor plan of the proposed project. You can see that we have kind of a mix of uses here. Along Fulton, you have the existing retail usage, which is roughly 1,700 square feet, and that is currently occupied by the Ohio City Brew Stop. And the development team is working hand in hand with Ohio City Brew Stop to get them to remove or for the building long term. And the idea is that the hope would be to have minimal interference with that retail tenant during the renovation. But they're looked at as a valuable part of this project. In addition to that large space, we're looking to integrate a small micro retail space, which would be potentially filled by a retailer, a coffee shop, or a small boutique. Facade, we have the egress stairs that go from the first floor up into the apartments, and then the new entry lobby kind of at that outdoor green space. In that corner visually, allowing a good amount of light into that lobby from the green space and from the neighborhood in general. So, we're giving up some potential parking spaces in the garage to have this micro retail, which would engage with Woodbine and kind of activate that facade. Here we're showing 8 door parking spaces, which would be configured around the columns of the new structure. You can also see the curb cut in more detail off of West 31st Place. Next. Up above, we have a very straightforward floor plan for these apartment units. Each floor has 5 for a total of 20 on the 4 additional apartment floors. The same in layout to keep kind of an efficient mode of construction and leasing, really. So it ranges in square footage from the largest, which faces Fulton, 924 square feet, the smallest, which is between the 2 stair towers. And so that smaller unit would rent for below $1,000 a month. Somebody making less than $40,000 would be able to conceivably rent. That accounts for 20% of the rental units in this project. So we're looking to offer units that are in the middle of a very desirable neighborhood, but not necessarily have it at such an auto-centric rental clientele, and really try to the walk and the pedestrian of the area. You can see the balconies on the northern face here. Again, we've gotten neighborhood feedback, and that's something that we're willing to simply eliminate and basically make that interior to align with the rest of the facade there. Next. So to the scale of the project, we wanted to take a look at some of the existing context and what are some of the precedents for what we're proposing. And so again, I'll harken back to my comment about the White House, which was recently developed into residential, as a similar parking count ratio. And then we've got the West Virginia building, which is a very similar parking ratio. You can see the footprints of these structures are all quite similar in scale. Next. In terms of elevation height, we have our project here at left, which is maxing out at 60 feet. And so that is basically the top end of the number 2 height restriction as dictated by the zoning code. The West Side Community House is at 54 feet tall, and then the West Virginia building tops out at least 62 feet to its tapered terminus at the top. So, in our opinion, we're this important intersection that exists in the neighborhood utilizing some of the same scale and language that's used at other intersections to further define that intersection. Next. So here we have some axon views of each individual building. And I think you'll see that, both the West Virginia building and Westside Community House are aggressive with their engagement with their corner condition. I think everybody would believe that those are positive for the neighborhood. In our project, we're looking to set back from those corners to be sensitive to the scale on both Fulton and Woodbine. Next. And so the result of that investigation into scale, and now we're looking more into materiality and the implementation of the design. And so here you can see we have a completely renovated retail component, the existing structure. And so that one-story building would, of course, be tuck-pointed, replacing damaged brick. And so the idea is to, fix that, those components. And then the portions of the first floor, which would have the lobby, the new micro retail components, and then at the garage, there would be some demolition of the existing masonry, but it would be rebuilt as new masonry that is functional to this new proposal. However, the whole first floor would be painted a similar color to create a holistic plinth for the project, to which the 4-story apartment buildings then set atop it. The materials that you're seeing here for the apartment addition is a non-chemically treated wood cladding, which basically removes or lowers the moisture content within natural wood, which creates a more durable, rot-resistant cladding. And so this finish is basically a pre-weathered condition. So we've got kind of a gray scale or a gray hue to it. You can see here that we're kind of slicing the facade here to create two independent or two kind of masses here that are connected by a thin line to basically break down the overall scale of the structure. We're also looking to rotate that cladding. Part of it would be horizontal, and then at this corner conditioning oriented. The balconies in this case are inset from the facade, and then a very simple kind of regimented window placement and orientation would exist here. You can also see the public space at the bottom left here at the corner. Next. Here's just, we're starting to rotate around to the south face, start to get a more three-dimensional view of the patios or the balconies extend from the face of that eastern facade, and then the window conditions or window configuration at the corner as it rises. You can also see the glazing that would peer into that new entrance lobby, and the curb cut or the inset parking along Woodbine. Next. Here's a view looking towards the southwest on Fulton. Again, we wanted to set that east facade back relative to the existing city directly to our north. We also created an 8-foot setback along that face, and you can kind of see back, it bumps back out to be 8 feet from the property line. Next. Here's a view from Woodbine. Start to see the main bulk of the structure. Also start to see that ground level experience is much different than what it is now. Where now we have an overhead garage door and blank walls. Here we have a visually porous lobby as well as a micro retail space. The balconies for the western units kind of pop out of the facade here and sever those two elements from the furthest left to the portion that runs along Woodbine. Next. Here we have a view where West 31st Place hits Woodbine. And that area you see kind of to the left a little bit with the three windows. That's the only portion of the structure where the building actually hits the exterior property line of the project. So again, we've stacked this four-story addition from the edge of the building at every chance we could. Next. Here we have a view looking southeast on West 31st Place. You can also see the new garage door and how that's oriented relative to the street. And then, you know, that brick plinth that extends all the way around the structure with the four-story wood. And again, you have the balconies that you see here. Shadow would be
Looks like we might have lost Wesley temporarily.
I thought it was me.
No, there's a symbol. He's got low bandwidth issues. Oh, there he is.
Am I back?
You're back.
Okay, got that.
We don't take offense if you have to turn off your camera too. We understand.
Okay, I'll turn it off. Okay. Next, please. Mike, can you turn off your video or just close it? Can you just close it out? No. Okay. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Next, please. Yep. One more back. Okay, so here we have you know, a sidewalk level view here of that entry lobby area. You can see you have a pretty dynamic pedestrian experience here, combining the outdoor space of you know, here at the corner, then with the micro retail further west. And then, you know, the element of signage here is really interesting and important to us. And so, you know, we want to make this visually dynamic space. Next. Here we have a better view of that proposed storefront renovation to its original intent. And then the green space here at the corner. Next. Here we have the material palette. Of course, we have the horizontally and vertically oriented wood siding, painted brick, pre-finished aluminum, cast stone, and then black window frames. Next. The elevations are pretty straightforward, but I just wanted to show it to represent the height of the structure and then the height of the existing retail building. So, you know, with that, I think I closed my presentation with saying, you know, we're looking to offer something a little bit different that's in this area, and you know, something that's maybe not as auto dependent, which would explain our 8 parking spaces. But you know, we think being in this very pedestrian oriented neighborhood, that our proposed structure, while taller than maybe some would prefer, adds housing options that don't currently exist. So with that, I'd open it up to questions, comments.
Thank you. Do we hear from the local committee?
Hi, good afternoon now, committee members and Madam Chair. So this project was reviewed conceptually by the local committee, meaning that no vote was taken. But some of the comments made during the discussion were to consider increasing the design and community value with exterior details, such as artwork near the retail space by local artists. Some of the members recommended studying the brick as the dominant material to match surrounding historic buildings instead of what is there currently. Some also liked that the developers are retaining the current footprint of the historic building and the setbacks as presented. Additionally, the density of the building was supported by some, but not necessarily the height. The massing was discussed, mentioning that the setback aids in minimizing the overall scale of the building. This setback also aids in breaking down the massing, as commented by some of the members. The local committee were also split regarding the height. So some preferred 3 stories and some approved of the 5 stories, but said because of the way the massing was broken up, it was not as offensive as they would have thought. They also mentioned that going this tall in a residential portion of the historic district needs to have more consideration. So that might have been why some of them did not express such concern. A few also said that they needed more time to study the plans, but their initial reactions were mostly that the interpretation of the scale allowed it to feel less monolithic, but they are concerned about the precedent it may set for future development. But there are many densities and heights on this road, and we're taking that into consideration. And one of the other major comments and discussions were that the parking cutout on the tree lawn was discussed, and some would prefer that it was not for parking, but more for a community benefit, whether that's more green space or bike parking, etc. That was left sort of to be discussed in the future. And I know there's some community feedback as well that was provided on co-urbanize. And I believe Ashley Shaw wanted to give that. And I don't know, Madam Chair and members of the committee, if you'd like that to go next or if you wanted to wait. So I'll leave that to you. But that's the overall commentary from the local committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't we review the feedback on the public website next?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were 356 comments as of yesterday on the Co-Urbanize project page. All of those comments were shared with the Landmark staff to be shared with the commission. And then we also pulled out some reoccurring common themes as a summary that I'll provide today. Community members would like to see the existing commercial tenant remain as part of any proposed development at this site. The community members also expressed concerns over the height of the proposed development. However, there was also community members who voiced support for increased density at this site. Community members expressed concern about the 8 parking spaces not being enough to accommodate the number of residential units proposed. However, there was also community members who voiced support for limited vehicle parking and increased space for bike storage. There were some community members, specifically those that live adjacent to the property, that were concerned about the balconies that would look into their homes in their backyards. And there was also support expressed for adding pedestrian activity and commercial activity here. Some suggestions included adding street trees, lighting, and bike racks in the public right of way. And then 80% of the respondents felt it was very important to maintain pedestrian access during the construction phase of this project.
Thank you. Would staff like to address the comment about, is there someone from city planning or landmarks staff that could address the zoning height and adjacent precedent heights, if those are compliant or not?
Madam Chair, Matt Moss was in attendance, but I believe he had to leave the meeting. It's my understanding that the height will require a variance, but I can't say definitively what the allowance is.
Does the architect know what the variance that they would be if they would be seeking a variance for height?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We would be asking for a bump from a number 1 height restriction to a number 2. It's 60 feet. And a number 1 height district allows you to go up to 60 feet if you're set back per the guidelines in the zoning code. But we wouldn't be able to meet those guidelines in their entirety. So we would be requesting a height variance to a number 2 restriction from a 1.
Thank you for that update. Okay, we'll
Madam
move on
Chair,
to,
I just want to point out that the commission has received 16 or 17 emails from residents in the neighborhood. The commission has received copies of all that feedback. And we will share the presentation that Ashley sent staff this morning with the commission. Just wanted to point out that Councilman McCormick supports development on this site, but he also wants the commission to consider feedback from the community, which he agrees with, including the concern that 5 stories is too much, the concern that balconies front backyards of neighbors, and the concern with the curb cut on West 31st Place and its positioning on the one-way street. He concludes by saying that folks are not opposed to investment and development on this site. However, the community feels, and I agree, that this project needs to be scaled down and be more considerate of the context of the site and the neighbors. In addition to that, I believe we have a couple of residents today who have asked to speak at the pleasure of the chair. So I just wanted to summarize the comments that we've gotten so far from the neighborhood.
okay, thank you. Why don't we, if there are people within the audience that would like to speak on behalf of the project, could you please use the raise hand function so we can recognize you? Miss Ackland?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Anna Ackland, and my fiance and I are the homeowners and residents directly across the street on Woodbine Avenue. I think I already voiced my concerns in an email to the commission, so I will be brief. And I think a lot of what I have to say echoes what Councilman McCormick said. And a lot of the concerns about parking and, fitting in with the fabric of the neighborhood and the height. I mean, I think this is all based in what a radical departure the proposed concept is from the current zoning code. So we don't disagree that the state of the current site does leave a lot to be desired. And we totally support, a healthy growth and development of our neighborhood. And we just want to say, that being said, we, as well as other residents, we feel that we are entitled to certain expectations of what that growth looks like based on zoning, which is our understanding when we invested in a home here at this location. So again, a lot of the concerns we have, as well as what we've heard around the neighborhood, this has been a lot of discussion. I think a lot of these concerns can be minimized with something that is much more in line with the current zoning. And the precedents that are used in the presentation are a similar height, but those were also constructed before the city adopted a zoning code in 1929. So I'll just wrap it up there. But yeah, I think we're just looking for something that's a little bit more in line with what the parcel is currently zoned for. But thank you for the opportunity to participate.
Thank you. I see no other hands raised from the audience.
Madam Chair, I don't have a video or can't come in on WebEx. Is there a possibility to speak?
Yes, can you please announce yourself?
Yes, Madam Chair, my name is Mike Musson. I'm a neighbor that lives within a few hundred feet of this proposed structure. I appreciate the opportunity to speak as a resident, and I will be very brief. I think the proposed development fails to meet the applicable standards and guidelines established under CCO section 161.05B1 and 36 CFR 67-7B. And I did submit a letter which you probably do have in hand. Based upon the proposal's failure to conform to these standards governing the rehabilitation in a historic district, I would urge you upon the earliest possible stage to deny the certificate. One thing, it was noted the two buildings side by side next to this proposed structure, they're really kind of a false comparison, as they're blocks away for one, and two, they were implanted during the development phase of the community. They weren't just dropped in after a well-established community was in place. So the ones in the neighborhood are about 2.5 stories tall compared to this 5-story structure that's being referenced. So anyway, I appreciate the opportunity to speak and look forward to a decision of the group. Thank you. I know this is not a decision moment, but in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you recognizing that and your comments. We'll move on next on to questions or comments from the commission. And as noted, this is for feedback only, not for a vote. Questions or comments from the commission? Mr. Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree that this corner could certainly use some improvements.
One thing, it was not
If you are not speaking right now, could you please turn your phones or computers on mute?
really kind of
Mr. Musson, please mute your microphone. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I commend the developer for such an imaginative redevelopment of this corner. But I would have to agree that the overall scale and massing is just too large. I don't see equivalence with the buildings that they've compared that are on other major corridors, both Fulton and Franklin and Bridge is not equivalent to this side street. And so I think these improvements are commendable, but it's just too large a scale. The other comment that I would have is regarding the curb cut. I think it would be beneficial to provide that curb cut. It's adjacent to the lobby, and given the limited parking, I think that residents trying to access whatever level of development might go in here would benefit from having that curb cut adjacent to the lobby. Thank you.
Questions or comments from the commission? Ms. Bailey?
I agree with the same as what Mr. Strickland saying about the height. I like what the architect did as far as the colors and but it's just, I'm looking at the height. I think it's really too high. I was just looking up on my phone knowing how far this location is from the Cleveland Public Library on Fulton, or is it near this location? Or is it in another direction? The reason why I'm asking this question is I know a comment was made that it was various different heights around, and that's like a 2-story high structure. So I really think this is a little massive and tall for the area. But I like the design, how it looks. It just need to look a little smaller.
Thank you. Other questions? I see it. today I'm not doing well with names. So James also has your hand. Are you part of ownership or are you part of the community?
Part of ownership. And to address the height of the building, the massing and the corridor that it's on, I wanted to talk a little bit more about that. I think there's a misconception among residents in the neighborhood that buildings on Bridge or on Fulton or on Franklin are in different sections of the neighborhood. This building, in terms of its proximity to other buildings of similar height, is it's less than 200 feet from this property to the West Side Community House on Bridge. Fulton is the second most trafficked corridor north and south in the neighborhood, and remains a corridor that carries a lot of traffic, especially after the road renovation. Because of that, we feel that the height and the massing of the building was appropriate for this corridor, especially given what massings you have on this street in both directions. At the same time, we wanted to have a building that was designed to a pedestrian scale. We wanted to maintain the existing structure, make it attractive from a pedestrian standpoint, and at the same time provide enough scale and significance there that would allow it to justify the redevelopment of the site. So that's why we pulled the building back from the edges, especially on the more traffic pedestrian sides. And what that allowed us to do is keep it more at a pedestrian scale on the ground level and still have that scale as a total development that would make it financially viable for us. Looking at other options that we considered here, and ones that I think some neighbors have pushed for and promoted as alternatives to this, would be ones like pushing the building lot line to lot line and lowering its height. I think doing that, there are other examples of buildings like that in the neighborhood, and putting it right on the lot line, but going up to the allowable height that it currently has, would create a very looming presence on the street front. And it's something that we think would take away from the pedestrian experience, and it would prevent us from having some kind of outdoor space that we think is really special and deserved here. I think the appreciation for outdoor spaces has only been highlighted more over the past year. And in looking at how these outdoor seating areas end up becoming kind of micro neighborhood gathering places, we see this as being that for the few blocks in the directions around here. And this type of redevelopment of the site allows us to maintain that by doing it.
Thank you for that feedback. Not seeing any other hands from the commission raised at this time. I guess I will make my comments here. I echo, I think, what Mr. Strickland said and others from the commission have said. I appreciate and applaud you for your creativity and reuse of the existing building and not just coming forward to demolish it. I applaud you for trying to maintain the existing retailer and creating the exterior space, because I do think, knowing this area fairly well, I do attend church a block away from here. People really, that's an asset within the overall community. I feel though that in historic districts, especially in the inner parts of the historic districts, you're in a corridor, but you're in the middle of a corridor. You're not at the nodes of the corridor or major intersections. Because of that, I do feel the scale is tall for this building at this location. If it was at a lower height, or stories, I should say, just height, the stories, like a 3-story, I think it would fit in contextually with a mixed commercial apartment buildings that currently exist within this corridor, the central part of this corridor. I think your materiality is creative. I like and appreciate that you selected a material that has a more human scale and relates to its residential neighbor for it also, so I think was very creative and will help a developer blend better with its neighbors. But the height is something that I support. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree on the height. I don't think the height works in this particular microcosm of the neighborhood, especially since we have other major buildings on the adjacent major corridors there that are much lower. I'm also a little bit bothered. The overall look of the building, to me, it reads more like a commercial, like a medical center with balconies. I don't quite know how else to explain that, but it doesn't have the intimacy. It doesn't seem to have the warmth that the adjacent buildings have in that neighborhood. And I'm sorry I can't articulate that better, but it doesn't seem to blend in with the existing structures in the area. I am glad that they're keeping the retail establishment there. I think that's an asset for the community. That's probably all I have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Harper, it looks like your hand is raised again.
Yeah, thank you. A little frustrating that we can, check so many of the boxes that are in front of us for landmarks, but one component of an overall project could be such a sticking point. I guess if anything it would be height, but the developer kind of went out of his way to, have a scheme that maintains the existing retail structure, keeps that tenant, and it's not easy to do, and it's not easy to make this a financially viable project. And so that's all I really wanted to say. But I think both cases that kind of took up the better part of this meeting today both have a lot of positive things that the developers are trying to do. And there's just it's frustrating that a couple hiccups can kind of negate the goodwill of the overall project. That's it, I guess.
And we understand your position, and I think we always have to turn back and look at what we are missions to do, aligned with the Secretary of Interior Standards, specifically Interior Standard number 9, which talks about that new additions, exterior alterations, and existing new constructions, or related new constructions, I should say, should not destroy the historic materials and or should be compatible in massing, sizing, scale, and architectural features to protect the historical integrity of the government. And I think that's where I understand your position, but I hope you understand ours also.
I mean, I guess it depends on what the definition of context is and how far out that can, the Secretary of the Interior states that the addition should be obvious to what is existing. We shouldn't be mimicking from a design perspective, the historic nature of the neighborhood. So I guess it's subjective in many ways, without there being a good definition of context for the relationship. So that. I guess our argument for the context being larger than just this site, that the committee doesn't agree with in general.
Is that a question that you asked? Sorry.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I guess my question is, does the committee, I guess, what's the concept of context in the committee's mind when considering height?
I can Carl, I'm going to lean to you first before I answer that. Is there anything within the standards that defines that better? Is Carl still there?
I am still there. To me, and this, because he is right that it is subjective, but for this overall context, he chose 3 buildings to compare this to, which seem to be more of the outliers than the overall 2.5 story buildings. I think there's stuff that's on the corner at Fulton's or Franklin Circle that were larger, but that's on a major corner. If this were being introduced on, say, Lorraine Avenue or Detroit Avenue, where height could be sustained within reason to the surrounding context, it would fit in. I like what they've done, and I like how they've respected the building here. But in its immediate surrounds, even up and down Fulton, it's mostly 2.5 story buildings, and this sticks up a little bit too far in its immediate surrounds. I think that's the context we should be looking at, is that immediate context, in my opinion.
Does that help answer your question, Mr. Harper? Yeah, I would agree and echo with what Carl just said. Mr. Bunn just says that's within, immediate, which is still arbitrary, but my personal opinion is within like 100 feet of this, that it can't, stand out like a beacon. It needs to blend in, or at least recognize its immediate surroundings.
Okay.
So, can we get some more specific guidance on that, on what that looks like height-wise? Because I think getting a more definite answer on that will help us determine what's viable here.
One thing that many people do that may help you with this, because I don't know if you know that you're not muted, that we hear it, is that if you do a streetscape study of the overall Fulton of both sides of the street, and give context, within, let's say, 100 feet of this property, north-south, on both east and west sides of the street, to help us understand how it fits within the context. You do have your residential neighbors to your west also. So in that direction too, how does this compare to your neighbors? Similar to what the previous conceptual plan did for Detroit Avenue.
Does the Landmarks Commission take economic viability into account on determining what's appropriate and what's not?
The Landmarks Commission, our number one focus is the architectural, maintaining the architectural appropriateness and integrity of the landmarks districts and or landmark buildings. That is our focus, is the design and how it fits into the community.
I ask because we're the maybe 3rd or 4th, maybe 5th development company to come through and kick the tires on redevelopment of this site. The idea to redevelop this came from sitting on the patio to Johnny Mango's and looking at it and thinking that this is not good use of a great corner in the neighborhood, and something better can be done here. The reason that even some of the people that have been incredibly critical of this project, who have also looked at developing this in the past and not been able to do anything to make the numbers work here, is that it's very hard to do at a lower height. And that's the give and take that we're trying to balance here. And so why I asked the committee for a little more concrete guidance on what's an allowable height here is that below a certain height, it's not an economically viable project. And I'm a neighborhood resident. I don't want to see the building sit in its current form, its current condition. I don't think it's a good solution for the neighborhood at all. And I think something should be done to the building. And that's why I brought this proposal forward, to be able to do something with it. So having a little more concrete guidance is going to let us know whether or not we can make something work here.
And I think it's been said, I think we commend you for what you're doing here and support redevelopment of this building and site. And I could support pulling it closer to Fulton if that allowed you to make the numbers work and reduce the height of this building. There is those opportunities to push and pull that we may compromise and create a better solution that meets both your objectives and the neighborhood's objectives. So knowing this is a concept review, are there any comments from the commission related to the design? Oh, there are hands. Sorry, I was scrolled down. Mr. Strickland, did you already ask your questions, or did you have an additional one?
No, I have a question. I have a question for the architect that because I very much appreciate and like the concept with the proposed setbacks, especially the significant setback from Fulton. And it does make the overall height much more appealing with that setback. But if my specific question for the architect is, if this was reduced by 1 story, would that eliminate the need for the height variance, given the current setbacks?
Probably not, because it depends. A restriction does allow you to go over 35 feet. It's the way you can go up to 50 if you set back at a 45-degree angle from the building line, which would be considered of the parapet of the existing structure. And that would, my interpretation is correct, that would basically go around the entire structure as it currently exists. I think cutting down to 4 would be, it would still be extremely difficult, if not able to do that without getting a height variance.
Okay, so so given the proposed, or given the current zoning in this area, the reason the height restriction is established is so that proposed structures can work within the existing fabric. So I was prepared to just voice my support of a 4-story solution as opposed to 5-story. But given your response, then if it's not economically viable, I could not support this project in its current configuration. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, if we were to go to 4 stories, we most likely have to basically fill up the entire, losing that green space, encroaching all the way to Woodbine. So, like I mentioned, there's a certain minimum of development that needs to happen to make it a viable project. Number is roughly 20 units, but it's probably more of a square footage game, if I'm not mistaken. So, taking that square footage of the 5th floor and kind of dispersing elsewhere on the site, I think it would remove a lot of the positive attributes that I think everybody, commended today. But it seems that the committee is not willing to make that trade. For 1 extra floor, we're getting an outdoor space, extra retail space, and then some of the other things that we talked about.
Yeah, I understand. I appreciate that.
Sure.
And just to jump on top of that too, Wes, and the ability to retain the building.
Yeah, it'd be a pretty, outside of getting you to agree that the building needs to be demolished, it'd be a much simpler project to simply build a brand new 3-story structure, and demolish the existing buildings. So I'm not saying that's the intent, but the idea here was to maintain the structure, get these positive attributes, and you know, try to see what we could do about the height.
Anything else, Mr. Strickland, or should we move on to Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm going to try to be really brief. I believe it was the developer who brought up the economic considerations. The current owner of this building has been trying to sell it for years at a pretty hefty price. They've owned it for decades. You know, they paid a minimal amount back when the neighborhood was pretty depressed. So, you know, it may just come down to the current owners asking too much. That's all I have to say on that.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing no other hands from the commission raised at this time, and this was a concept review only, does the architect and developer feel that you received enough feedback from the commission related to the design of the building to further your approach?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you. We appreciate the presentation and look forward how you take the feedback and continue to develop this. With that, that concludes our concept plan reviews. I do not believe we have any nominations or meeting minutes to review today. Is there any administrative reports?
I do not have an administrative report unless the commission has questions about anything.
Were there any site visits that were scheduled? I think Carl had sent out one for next week. Is that correct?
Yes. It's for one of the Detroit Superior Bridge buildings that's now proposed for demolition as part of the Bridge Works project. Carl, can you fill in the details?
That is Tuesday, March 2nd at 8:30 a.m.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions from any commission members related to the new online portal or anything like that? All right, I think we've all reached our limit, so we will adjourn our meeting then today, and we'll see everyone in 2 weeks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Take care.
All right, take care.
Bye.
All right.